for everyone.
All right.
Hang on. Let me copy the link. Let me just get that open there.
All right, hold on. Oh, it's definitely Rhythm.
Nice.
I don't know if it's Rhythm or not.
All right, I posted, I think, everything.
It's
Hello.
It's pretty pleasant.
Hello, fellow friends.
Hello, children.
Hello.
Hello. Did you check the chat, Brad? Mag, do it. Sorry.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I did. Greetings, family, friends. Salutations. Is this fucking tea still too hot? Oh yeah, it's still too hot.
If
Not
the
as
tea's
hot
not
as these bangers, though. These
it worth
bangers will
drinking?
be much hotter. Let me just do a quick little reload on the chat box, as I believe
It's working now.
there we go. All right, we're trying new stuff out. All right, the gang members helped me get the chat box working properly. All right, it's Friday. Hell yeah. You have a thief fetish.
Let's get thief in.
I'm sorry, I just hang on. That's a pinner right there. That one's nuts. All right, should we just jump right into this? I guess before we jump into it, I should say welcome, Raph. We're glad that you're here.
Hi. Thank you for having me. Hi, everyone.
I'm
Oh,
excited.
Raph.
I'm excited to see what kind of crazy bangers the family has been, or the flock, I should say, has been cooking up.
I mean, the flock is kind of the family, right?
They are family. That's why I misspoke. But yeah, let's just jump right into this. We got Juganji. That is very close to something that I know about. Oh wait, what?
Is there questions associated with this track?
Oh no, not already.
Oh, there is.
All right, then we're good. There's questions.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Entering.
Just a forewarning, family. If you submit a track without questions, we will assume that you think your track is perfect, and we will not be nice. I'll just put it unless it is a perfect track, then I'll be like, oh shit, it's crazy.
We'll be nice in quotes, air quotes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. Outside of your mind.
Nice one.
Yeah,
Vibe.
sick.
Yeah, we should let
All right.
Raph kick this off. Raph, what do you think?
Raph, you want to start us off?
I'm taking some notes 1 second, but yes. So yeah. Yeah. So I really like this kind of like hip hop type drums. It really hits right. It makes me think of like thought process. I don't know if you noticed this artist. Like it's really in this like kind of hip hop drums with like raw bass sounds. Um, I thought you had a good groove. Definitely, you saw the crew directly bobbing their head right away. Um, but then for constructive feedback, I think you may want to introduce a little bit more variation. So probably like try to tweak your like I think the song structure is fine. You could just add to those like existing drops like different variations, effects and things to your sounds to add a little bit more. I think you could play a bit more with the drums as well, like a bunch of drum fills in that type of genre would hit pretty right. And also moving, I feel like the kicks were pretty steady, like kind of always the same kind of thing. I feel like you may want to play with the groove of the kicks, like instead of just like the same thing exactly at the same time, try to move them and add a little bit more groove that way. Yeah, that's kind of what I have as notes, I guess. Yeah, it's a cool sound design, I think, in general. Like you can easily add a little bit and like make it a banger, I think.
All right, maybe I will go next.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So the mix I thought was pretty good. The big thing that was like lacking that I wanted more of was like the mid bass elements. Like I feel like the low lows are pretty good, and then you do have some nice little like high end moments with like the noise bass fills and things like that. But all of the like wonky, weird sounding mid basses just feel like really subdued in comparison to everything else. So it sounds like you're using a dedicated sub. I would just like not touch that and then turn up all the mid basses. At the very least, maybe EQ them. But I think you could probably just even turn them up, and that would be like good enough. Um, I think that the song structure is pretty good, but yeah, I agree with Raph. Like, there's everything is there that needs to be there, but there could be more variation to what is there already. So like I liked Raph's idea where you can just add effects to different things and make them stand out in that way. Like you don't even really have to like change the core timbres or anything. Just like, you know, like maybe like a different distortion or a different like space or reverb, or like throw it into a delay, or things like that like can really help. And then yeah, I like Raph's idea with the groove mix up as well. And you could even do stuff like cut drums out for a period of time and have like just the basses or some other kind of fill that isn't even drum related exist. And I think that could help a lot with like the flow of the song. But yeah, the general the theme is fire and the sound design is fire. It just needs that little bit of extra like final touches, I think. Because you also asked like, is this ready to be put out? And I think it's so close. Like it's definitely close. It just needs that little bit of extra something something. Mainly just the variation, which can like Raph was saying, could be done with just FX. You don't really need to like add anything new. But yeah, the groove was fire. The sound selection was fire. The timbre on the basses are something that I am definitely a little bit partial to, so I really like them. But yeah, no, it's a cool song.
All right. Good evening, fam. How is the mix? Maybe just in general, but I can't get the highs right, and it's been bothering me. As it's already been addressed, the highs are fine. I think it's more of the mids and the upper mids that are kind of lackluster. Um, if you look at the frequency chart there, it looks like you were kind of like scooped or valleyed in the 1 to 4K region, which is there's a lot of energy there. The song structure, is the song structure weird? Could there be more written? No, I like the flow into the drop, like Raph had mentioned, like got a good head bob going. And as Magda had mentioned, like if you cut stuff out, I was thinking more of like inserting silences and fills and that kind of stuff that can help like push the groove along and add a lot of variation. You just have to do it tastefully. Is this ready to be put out? I haven't put any of my music out, and I want this to be my first. I'm glad you asked that question. I would say you're like 60 to 65% of the way there. And if you do just a few of those tweaks and you just push it, you can get like a really nice track out there. And a lot of people like would hear something like, this is good. It's good how it is, right? It could be better though. It could be like much better, right? And so if you take the time to really get it right, because I feel like a lot of people rush and they're like, oh, I have some product, I want to just put it out there and get my name out there. I did that when I first started and I regret it. So the longer you can hold off until you have something like, and I say like once you're like 85 to 90% pleased with your track, that's when you should put it out. Because you're never going to get 100, right? The track is, you're going to get into that infinite loop of just twisting knobs little by little, and you get kind of stuck. But I think it's a really good track. It's a really good concept. If you just kind of work on those mids a little, and a little bit more variation. I know you mentioned it was a sample pack that you got those sounds from. Try affecting them in different ways. Try chopping them in different ways. Just get a little more variation in there, and it could definitely take on a whole new life for like a beat section. But yeah, that's what I got on that one. And yes, it did get me outside of my mind.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was actually a fire track to start off the evening. Yeah, keep flexing because
Hell yeah.
it's
Keep
so
flexing.
close. It's so close. All right. Next up, we got Djadokata. I hope I said that right. That was like difficult. I had to kind of like think about it. Very, very cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
huge
dope.
step up. Huge step up from last week.
For sure. Yeah, you guys can take it away. I don't know what I want to say quite yet.
Oh, I'm ready to go. Um, so the long wub in the A section, I think that was timed perfectly. You created an expectation and you fulfilled that expectation, and that's really important in deep dubstep to get that groove. Like I know to bob my head, and then when that long wub comes, I hold for a beat, and then it boom comes back again. That was really nicely done. Uh, However, I would like to see some more sub movement in the fast wubs of the second part of the first section. You had that really like fast LFO movement, and I feel like the sub could have been ducking at that same rate, and like that creates like a really powerful effect on a sound system. And the more like sub variation you can get in deep dubstep, and you have a lot of good sub variation throughout the track, so something like that would probably take it to like even the next level. Faster cymbal groove make the track more danceable. I know, but it felt pretty danceable to me, so I guess yeah, that didn't like stick out as something that was weird for me. I do miss the sitar. However, not having it there, I feel like cleaned up your mix a lot. And it gave it more room to breathe, and there wasn't that clashing with the key going on and the microtonality of the sitar and the duduk, which can kind of be a problem if you're not tuning your synthesizers to be in the same microtonal scale as the sitar is, which depending on, you said it was a sample last week, I think, so who knows if it's authentic sitar tuning or if it's like quantized and snapped to 12 step equal time. Anyway, that's aside from the point. It's gone and it sounds good gone, right? I would still like to hear it used as a fill maybe. um does the last section need more energy or is it wonky enough? So the second section that had that fast wub, I feel like maybe you should save that and swap it into a later section just because that's like a huge high energy portion. And then you go into it and then it goes away and it never comes back. Right? Maybe if you can do that as a B, like 1B and then 2B, so that you can end on something like that, because that's kind of like a huge climactic moment and like I know it's there, I know you're capable of it, and yet it doesn't come back. It kind of leaves me wanting that again. Um, and then let's see, overall mix. Does anything stand too proud in the mix? No, there was a few. There was a few like sub stuff that kind of felt a little out of key. But without scrubbing through the track myself and finding timestamps, I wouldn't be able to tell you where it is. So maybe just kind of look into that. Is pushing LUFs as necessary in deep dub as other genres? I don't think so. It's cool to push LUFs in all genres, but like the huge thing with deep dubstep is there's a lot of like dynamics and there's a lot of space and there's a lot of like the contrast of like the low sub and then the loud clap or loud snare, and then like the piercing like hi-hats and stuff or toms. So and then LUFS is a measurement of how loud everything is together versus in comparison to each other. So no, I don't think it's as important, but excellent track. I very much enjoyed it. um there was one other thing that stood out to me. The outro that came at about 3 minutes kind of just comes abruptly. If there was a way you could transition to that, that would take this to like the next level. Overall though, dude, excellent track. Love the changes from last week. Keep up the good work. I want to hear this finished, but I also want to hear something new from you too, because I feel like you're right up my alley. But anyway, that's all I got on that one.
Raph, do you want to flex?
Sure. Okay. Yeah. So instrumentation, I feel like it's the sounds are fitting well together. It's nice. I think I agree a lot with what Large Father just said about like I felt like the second half of the second drop was a little slow for that moment in the song. It felt like the song slowed down somehow, and this is the end where I expect more of a climax. So I don't know if it's about creating a new section or switching in those two sections, but I think that would hit better in my mind. Um, yeah, the groove. I feel like you would benefit a lot by adding a bunch of toms to like
Yeah.
build up the change from a section to another. And in general, just like drum fills, impacts, risers, things like that. Even just if it's like a reverse symbol, like stuff to like emphasize, oh, we're transitioning from this part to this other part and build a little bit of excitement, expectation that something's going to change, I think would go a long way. Structure, where I guess like I already talked about that by like switching maybe the two last sections. I felt like it was a little slow at the end. I don't know if that's what you're going for. Maybe it is, and then in this case that worked. But I was expecting more for like let's go all the way now because this is the end of the song. And overall mix sounded pretty good to me. Yeah. Oh, another thing I noted, I think what could be cool in your slow section would be effects on your snare, like dub echo
Mm.
and things like that. Some reverb on the snare. It's like some snares that are like feel like they should hit harder over there. Like add some like dub echo and things like that. Type I mean, I'm sure you can find that on Ableton or whatever DAW you're using, but yeah, that would probably like emphasize a little more the groove and like how you're headbanging. I feel. Yeah, banger track, cool song. I think you can put that. Yeah, put that out. Adding a couple things up. Good job.
Yeah. No, I guess I'm going to start with what you ended with because I feel like the groove is almost where it needs to be, but there's parts of it that feel hard to keep like a steady like headbang to. Um, so yeah, I think like when it comes to going into or out of each section, having like little reverse things to help people like just grab onto each kind of, I guess what is it, like 4 bars or even 8 bars would be really nice. Um, Plus, yeah, I think that the tom idea was good too. Like I think having some kind of other percussion to help really drive the BPM of everything would be really helpful. Just to like keep the head moving. Like you could even just adjust like even how some of the hi-hats are hitting to be a little bit more on the grid, but I think you could get away with like adding a whole nother percussive element. um, but yeah, no, so the big things I wrote down here were like Dino said, yeah, during those fast LFOE subs. Here, I'll go to it just so we can really make sure that we that part. So like I feel like if you had the sub moving more, it would feel a little bit less muddy. I think you could also just get away with slowing it down a little bit too, because it does feel like a little bit fast. Um, and then that kind of leads me into my next idea that I had written down here, which was I think that the low mids in this mix feel a little bit strong. Um, I feel like there's like this muddy feeling in the track, and I think it's coming from like the low mids, and like what frequency range is this? Like 120 hertz, in that 120 to like 140 ish area. I think you could do a little bit of taming of that so that the sub can stand out a little bit more, just to bring some more clarity to the mix. Um, and then I thought a good thing or something that could have been really cool to help bring the structure more forward or dynamic as the song progressed would be to just do a little bit of variation to like maybe the harmonics that you're using, or I don't know if you're using like FM or whatever the processes that you're using to make these sounds. I think you could get away with like doing a little tweak here and there just to get like little moments later on in the song that just feel like fresher. But yeah, no, I mean, other than that, I thought the sound choice was awesome. I think that you're still nailing the whole like desert, like tripped out vibe, which is great. Yeah, I think that the song has definitely improved. I know that Dino said he missed the sitar. I think without it, your mix just sounds so much better. Like it feels like there's no like clutter and everything's very like focused. So yeah, I think that it's definitely an improvement since the last time. So yeah, no, it's cool. Keep flexing. But yeah, um, I guess all of you guys have spoken as well. So
Can we just take a moment to appreciate this next guy's name?
What? Hang on a second. What? Ripple dot?
No, this is Scrubtronics.
Oh, is Scrubtronics? That's who this is.
Yeah.
It's the right track though, right? Okay, yeah, it is.
Yeah,
the right track.
It is. Yeah.
Sup, Scrubtronics? Are you like
Such a good
Subtronics'
name.
like troll brother?
Oh man.
But yeah, wait, no. Before I go on, wait a second. This is the only thing I wanted to focus on. This one section. You can see how the harmonics go above the fundamental. Like, I don't know. Danger. But fire. You know what I mean? Fire song, fire idea. I just wanted to make sure you saw. I just wanted to like show you the exact moments where that happens. But anyway, on to Scrubtronics. Scrubtronics. No, but his name's Ripple though. What do you go by?
I mean, he's Scrubtronics on the Discord and he's Scrubtronics on the chat.
You're changing the vibe. All right, well, I'm ready. I'm ready for
It's
a vibe
okay.
change. He wasn't lying. Damn, we were about to get hit with some power line lucid slip. Jesus. No, yeah, that was awesome. Definitely good vibes. Very wholesome.
Yeah, reminded me of Owl City a lot. Something you could probably reference is his body of work.
Yeah, very nice and uplifting. If that's the vibe you're going for, definitely nailed that part. Yeah.
You wanna kick us off, Raph?
No, let me gather my notes.
All right.
I'm
So
gonna review the
I
questions.
guess I'll go. Um, so is the main melody too repetitive? If by the main melody you mean that alternating arp, then yes. If by the main melody you mean the high-pitched muted piano that comes in about halfway through, you might want to start it sooner and make it more prominent in the mix. When does it get stale to you? The arp got stale on its like third repetition. Um, the main piano was not repetitive enough to make it memorable. However, I have that arp seared into my ear holes now. Is the structure questionable? As far as the block arrangement goes, it's fine, but some sort of risers and silent periods, and then tensioning into the drops would go pretty well. And that goes into the next question. I'd like to make the build-up drop release more apparent, second one particularly, but I'm unsure of how to do that. Filters can be your friend here. White noise risers can be your friend, and don't go and get like a cymatic sample pack riser. It's not hard to make a white noise riser. There's plenty of documentation on that, and you can make it fit into your track. I think the mix is overall pretty quiet. Are there ways to improve that without distortion or muddying things? Yeah, but with this kind of music, I don't know that you would want to go that much louder. I think I saw you peak at like minus 17 LUFS, and like I'm pretty sure minus 14 is what most of the distribution platforms will get you to automatically. Something I did notice though is I felt like the drum loop in particular, the double clap didn't really work for me in this track. I think the kick sample was a really nice, like smooth rolling kick. I think the hi-hat was really nice too, and the simplicity of it really worked. But as far as like making it louder goes, I'm not sure that you need to make something like this louder. But aside from that, like just overall, like building tension, something like a building reverb could work. Like I said, white noise risers, that kind of stuff. I'm sure the guys will have some suggestions for you too. So with that, I'm gonna pass it off to Mr. Magduit.
Yeah. So the first question you had is the main melody too repetitive. I feel like it is teetering on the side of too repetitive, but it could be all right. I think if you either added more stuff that's doing a similar movement or even just pitched it up or down an octave, you could get away with it being as repetitive as it is. I also think that, yeah, the stuff that you were bringing in later on, like the piano or even that synth at the beginning, I think that could come in a lot sooner. And you could add like even more things, maybe like at the third or fourth, because it's such a progressive song. I think you could add a lot more instruments over the course of it and kind of start the new additions sooner just to keep things fresher. I think that the build up, so when it comes to your second question, I think the structure is fine. It just needs a lot of help transition wise, and that kind of obviously leads into your third kind of question here. I think that you could definitely benefit from build up drums, especially during the section that you're talking about, just to really let people know, like, hey, this is like going to be some serious energy that's about to happen. And then, like Dino was saying, filtering out frequencies is really good, especially while you're approaching a point that you're going to expect a release. So if you remove high frequencies and remove low frequencies and even remove side frequencies, meaning like, you have like mid side information, you could remove side information as well, just to kind of focus the song as it approaches that point. And then at that point where you want it to drop, you could just remove all of those processes, and then you end up with this very full sounding drop point. As for the mix down, which is your next question, I think there are two things that stuck out to me. The first thing is I think that the main synth could use like the main one that's kind of doing the that main synth there, it's a little bit loud, and I think it could also be a little bit harsh. You might want to try and, if you have Soothe, put Soothe on it. If you don't have Soothe, you could do some EQing and just kind of boost and sweep and find some of those harsher resonances that don't quite sound as nice, and then cut them down a little bit. And then the other thing mix wise is I feel like there's a little bit too much reverb on stuff. I think you could get away with making it a little bit less wet. Not getting rid of it all, but I'm just saying like lowering the amount a little bit, I think would be nice. Just to like give more clarity to the individual instruments. But yeah, other than that, I really like the vibe. I think that it's like a really happy, chill song that, like Dino was saying, I don't think you really need to make it like loud. I would just try and push it as much as you can without it being distorted, and then just call it there. Like if you can get to like minus even minus 12 lufs, like that's more than enough. That's probably too much for a song like this, but yeah, those are just my thoughts. And yeah, cool song. All right, Raf.
Okay. Yeah, so to answer your questions, I guess too repetitive, really, that didn't strike me as like bothering at all personally. I was just fine with the timing and the progression, really. One thing that I noted though is like I think you could play maybe a little bit more with like velocities maybe, or like maybe moving the notes a little bit off the grid here and there to try to keep the thing a little changing on side of that. But like overall the whole arpeggiator was sounding pretty cool to me. The arrangement was okay as well, I think. Like really, it it moves pretty nicely through the track. Though I agree with your feeling of the build up being like not energetic enough. Like so, like yeah. To recap what's been said before, I guess you can use definitely like risers, filters. It's pretty cool to just like either take away and then like release at all, or do the opposite that like Magduit just said, like have so much effects and then take those away anyway to create the tension. Another thing like that you could consider, I guess, is like a drum roll, whether it's like a kick or a snare. You could build some tension with that. um and yeah, also I think one thing that I noticed, if you can you replay like the moment where it really, just when it drops? Yeah, okay. So there I think you need like some bars of silence right before it drops, because like right now there's no clear moment where you go off that cliff. So I think if you were to remove like I don't speak music notes length a lot, but like yeah, a couple bars, like a couple notes, couple bars before the drop, you would feel that like moment where the notes stop and then it starts again, and you have that kick coming on the one. So I think that would do a lot on like that feeling, and again add risers for sure, like something and an impact at the moment it drops that would make a big difference. Sometimes it can be, just like a drum hit, like yeah, whatever it is, but just like make it like a big psh, okay, we're in here now, let's go. We entered this drop type thing. What else? The mix sounded pretty fine. I mean, I agree with Mag, do it on the volume of that one piano that was a little loud at times, but overall I thought it sounded pretty good. Other feedback that I had is like I would be curious to hear some other timbres in there. Either it's like a vocal, some like sax, I don't really know what instrument, something that like differentiates and is acting more of like the identity of the song, because right now they're all pianos and harmonies that are kind of the same. So like it's cool, it creates this whole fluffy ambience, but like if you had something that's a little more driving the attention of the listener, I think you could benefit from that. And yeah, I think that's kind of it.
Yeah, overall fire. I look forward to seeing this kind of improve, because that, I don't know, the vibe is very happy.
For sure.
we need some more chill 4/4 around here.
Yeah. Most of the stuff we hear or make is just like just not that, and I feel like that's a problem. I don't know. I was working on something that's not 4/4, but like equally as happy the other day, and I was excited about it. So yeah, keep vibing. All right, next up we got the owl, the great owl himself. Let us embark upon this journey. Wow.
Yeah, that was cool. Great vibe.
Great vibe from the great owl.
Yeah. So who wants to kick this off? Should I? I have some thoughts.
Yeah. Think out loud, buddy. Go ahead.
Okay, so the biggest thing that I think is probably the most important thing, I assume just because it's the first thing you're asking, is lacking a face. So the track is lacking face. I feel you. I feel like there is room for something, like a lead kind of vibe, which is cool because you have the room there. And if you want the track to be more memorable in that way, I think all you need is like some kind of like a plucky synth mid-rangey thing, maybe even high range, like high frequency range thing that just repeats a phrase or has a phrase that kind of just isn't always changing. Like a lot of the track is very like dynamic and changing over time, which is great from the standpoint of atmosphere and like the progression of the song. But I think if you had some moment, just one instrument that fits into that middle frequency range that kind of recalls a moment, that's probably all you need. And I wouldn't say you should use it a lot either. I would use it like, you know, a couple of times. But even having like the same kind of energy as this bell, like maybe even use that bell, but have it be, or pluck sound, but have it be like a little bit more specific, like these specific notes that are happening, and repeat them periodically throughout the song. But that's if you really want it to be that way. Like as it is right now, it's just a very ambient vibe, but it's nice, you know, like it's very like very entertaining. So it's kind of up to you. If you really want it to have that like motif energy, you should just add the motif, and I would say even use that instrument or something akin to it. The one thing arrangement wise that I wasn't totally like, I'm not totally like on board with, is the sub at the beginning. I don't know, it felt a little bit weird to me, like, because you have this like sub drop and then it kind of goes down in energy again, which I wasn't expecting. It just felt a little bit weird. Maybe have it but turn it down. I don't know, like, it just felt a little bit weird. You could experiment with that, or maybe just don't. Maybe I'm not feeling it the way that other people are feeling it. But yeah, that's how I think I can answer your first question. That's like the big thing that I think of, is like just add something with a motif. When it comes to the balance, I feel like everything sounded great. Like I liked the groove of it. I think it was groovy enough and chill enough at the same time. I don't know if this is technically like dancing music, but like you could really bob to this, which I think is enough. I don't know if you're looking to have people like, like headbanging to this, but I doubt that will happen.
It's flow music.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah, and I think that it has that. So yeah, no, I think that it's like definitely groovy enough. And as for your third question, I think that if you really, really want to bring out more like animal energy, you should add more animal sounds. But that is the only thing I can really think of that would do that. Because other than that, I feel that as you've said it, because you stated it, I do feel it. But I think that without you stating that, it is a little bit harder to picture that exactly. So if you really want to like make people feel like they're in a forest watching some animals dance around, add some animal noises, add some like bird calls, or maybe like an owl hoot. That could go hard. Just some thoughts. But long story short, that was great. Yeah. Yeah, I guess Raph.
Should I go
take it away.
next?
Yeah, take it away.
All right. All right. Yeah, cool tune. Really, that was a really pleasant listen for sure. So okay, not a face. I kind of agree with you, and I think the bell looks like the face, but it's not, and it's probably has to do with like maybe having it more repetitive, as Magdud was saying, or have more of a theme that seems recurrent, at least, because right now it feels like it comes and goes and it has a lot of delay on it, so it's like playing for a long time. But yeah, I wonder if you could just have a more repetitive pattern there. One thing that I could see fitting in there is like choir. I don't know how you say this
Oh, a
in English
choir,
accent.
like
Choir,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I hear like closey type choir. That's like ethereal, just like as the maybe like having the bell being like the how do we terms now. Damn, I'm failing my English, but the call and response is what I'm looking. So like, I feel like the bell would be a great call, and having like something like a choir for the response would be fire. Especially even like where you have this kind of like auto pan moment where it goes like ta 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 ta. You could do that on the choir at the same time as your bass type sound. So that would be, I think that would be cool. What else is there? A question. Groovy and chill. Definitely both of those things. I think one thing that you could do to make it more groovy would be to be a little more intentional with your sub. I feel like there's a lot of times where the sub is just on for the whole time, where you could have taken a break here and there when there is a snare, and like not have this just the sub at that moment would like probably alleviate and like bring again back into the groove, I feel. Other than that, what else is there? Can I see the I can actually see everyone dancing in the in the forest, but one thing I guess is like I feel like there's too much the second drop, or at least I don't know where the focus is. I think the bell maybe it is, but not really. So maybe like there is some chopping you could be doing, or like changing the mix a little bit there. because then we are not so much like I feel like I'm out of the forest now. It's like it's a whole thing. There's so many things. Before that, I'm in the forest and everything is groovy and chill and everything. And at the end of the during the I think it was second part of the second drop, I felt like that was a little too much, and like maybe you could turn down some elements or like take them away at all to just give it more variation. But yeah, overall, super cool work. Really pleasant song.
Alrighty, Mr. Owl. Let's address the elephant in the room here. Like the guys already said, like that signy, plucky sound. I thought it was kind of like a cross between like a hand pan wind chime piano thing. I don't know, but that sign pluck is basically what it was. Find a snippet of that, especially because you have that like pitching delay going on. I don't know if it's like a grain delay in the beginning, but it makes a lot of different like movements that you could grab onto as a motif and just have that be repetitive in intentional moments, and that could be your motif. And it's something that the rule that I've always heard for making a motif is it must be memorable and the human must be able to sing it, right? If you hum it along or you can vocalize it, then it's something they can be caught on to, right? And it should be like 1 to 2 scale degree steps in movement, like, or like a fifth or something, but not like super complex, like 1 7 2 5 or whatever. Like that would be anyway. I would like the flutes to be a little bit louder towards the end of the track. I'm just completely ignoring your questions now at this point. I would like the flutes to be a little bit louder towards the end of the track. I thought that was really nice. I agree with Raph in that you could be a little more intentional with where your bass kind of comes in and out. And as far as in a dark forest clearing at night, can you imagine the animals dancing slowly to this track when the humans aren't watching? How to better achieve that vibe? I feel like this question was directed directly at me. And the answer to that question, as was already pointed out, would be some nature foley. But I don't think it should be the animal sounds. I think it's the environment in which the animals dwell is the sounds that you should have going. And a good way you can do that is to just take nature foley and interject it in the right places, or like a really like pre-clicked snare sample with like nice grainy, clicky, like, you know, that really ratcheting like snare sound that just has like that really nice pre-lead in, like that gravelly that could give you that effect too. I find that's always kind of naturey, like leaves rustling. Birds are good, but birds don't chirp at night, guys. You know, but like
That's why I said the owl
owls,
hoot. Yeah.
owls do hoot at night, though.
Yeah.
Owls do hoot at night. You're right about that. And so just kind of give them the environment and the space. And this is the kind of music where, and I was telling someone this earlier, like if I'm playing this kind of music and it's like 3 or 4 in the morning and someone has stepped away from the stage, I want them to be confused as to whether or not there's music going, right? So the more like nature sounds you can embed, and the more natural you can make it sound, and just like a cacophony of just like natural sounds, like a blend of organic and inorganic sounds, right? Is a good way to get that vibe. Yeah, frogs for sure. I don't know about frogs in this kind of music, especially because frog bass means something completely specific now. But yeah, just that kind of feeling. As far as the right balance of groove yet chill, I don't think this track has very much chill to it at all. I think this is like a really deep and filthy track. If you get to like the core of it and like the sound design that you've done, like this is, and the stuff you make is super crazy anyway. This is really groovy though, like definitely flow music. I can see all the people doing like the, and words start turning into hieroglyphs on cell phones kind of shit. But aside from that, like I love it, dude. And I can't wait for this EP to come out. Someone said it in the chat, black box music, like for sure this is like Colorado Santa Cruz vibes kind of thing. But yeah, definitely. Or sorry, Denver / Santa Cruz vibes. But yeah. It's a great track.
Yeah, excellent work as always, Al. You continue to flex. Oh goodness.
Oh boy. Let's see.
It's a
I don't think I've heard this one.
Got your Manewi.
Manui.
Manewi.
Baby, I got your money, don't you worry. I said, hey, baby, I got your money. Hey, dirty. Baby, I got your money, don't you worry. I said, hey,
Yo, you better give me that money.
hey, dirty. Baby, I got your money, don't you worry. I said, hey, baby, I got your money. Hey, dirty. Baby, I got your money, don't you worry. I said, hey.
Yo, you better give me that money. Played in the club like this all night. Put your ass out, let me hold it tight. You looking at my wrist saying this so nice. The price, diamond shining disco light. Well, you better help me solve my problem. I'ma get this money and rob them. Lucky dog when I won the lotto. Ran up on my car, mo carrying Rollo. But hold on, you can call me dirty and then lift up your skirt. And you want some of this dirty? God made dirt and dirt bust your ass. Stop annoying me, yeah, I play my music loud. And take the bass and old dirty to move the crowd. Just say he had it in his mouth. Eddie Murphy taught me that back of the house. But give me my money.
Dirty. Baby, I got your money, don't you worry. I said, hey, baby, I got your money. Hey, dirty. Baby, I got your money, don't you worry. I said, hey, baby, I got your money. Hey, dirty. Baby, I got your money, don't you worry. I said, hey, baby, I got your money. Hey, dirty. Baby, I got your money, don't you worry. I said, hey, baby, I got your money. Hey, dirty. Baby, I got your money, don't you worry. I said, hey, baby, I got your money. Hey, dirty. Baby, I got your money, don't you worry. I said, hey, baby, I got your money. Hey, dirty. Baby, I got your money, don't you worry. I said, hey, baby, I got your money.
Word.
All right. I guess I'll
Flex.
start it off.
Flex.
How is the arrangement? Was going for something simple on this one. If you're talking about the block arrangement, I feel like the swaps from bridge, chorus, drop, all that kind of stuff, like it wasn't lacking as far as any kind of like build intention goes, because I don't think that's necessarily what you were going for with this. So I think that was all right. Do I think I should add a bit more variation for the bass synth part, or is the simple melody scheme working? Yes, I feel like you could add a little more variation, maybe even in the sound design. Could just, I'm just like, I want a little more filtered attack. You know, I feel like you could open up that bass synth like with a little, not so much so quickly. You know, just give it a nice smooth ramp in. The simple melody scheme does work. However, you could swap out the bass hits every now and again for like a different synth or something. Is it boring at any point or too repetitive? Towards the second half, I'd say maybe like the third quarter, it does get a little bit too repetitive. And again, and I think a topic tonight has been motifs. I think you hit the motif perfectly with this. This is the da da da. Like, I still have that stuck in my head. I can sing it. I sing like shit, I know, but like, it's a good motif and you can stick to that. However, there is a big jump towards the end of the measure where you jump from that high to that low, and I think the low note that you're hitting, whatever that saw wave synth that you're it's just, I'm just not liking it. Like, I think it's just too low for a sawtooth, um, or whatever wavetable is creating that sound. It's just, it doesn't work for me. It feels a little bit jarring. However, as far as the sound design overall goes, the size apps going in the background, like, really nice, really nice. The ear candy in this track, like, you don't expect that kind of ear candy in this like style of music. But maybe I just had expectations because of the vocal sample, I guess. I don't know. Which also, the vocal sample, the way you had that incorporated in the track, really smooth. Normally when people do something like this, it just feels like they made a track and then slapped on the vocal sample at the end. I feel like you really incorporated it in really well. Like, it feels like it belongs to this track, right? And you probably built the track around the vocal sample, if that's what it feels like, right? You had this in mind when you were making it, and it's really well intentioned. That being said, I love your body of work, dude. Interesting to hear something a little more like dance floor directed rather than the stuff you normally make, but hey, this is cool too. Very much enjoyed it. Let's hear from our resident hip hop master.
For real. Raph. What?
Yeah, that was a cool tune. I agree with Dino. Really, what struck me at first is this like squelchy sound that I heard really in the first part. That I was like, damn, that thing hits. I really like that. Cool. So, question arrangement. Yeah, simple. It works. I think you could build a little more tension before the drops, but yeah, the arrangement works for me. Um, More variation, definitely. The end of the song, like I feel like I've heard the vocals. Maybe this is time to take them away and bring them back in the outro, or change the phrasing a little bit, chop it up, change it something. But like, it's a little too repetitive at the very end. Before that, didn't really feel like that, but like there is a moment at the end where it's really just the same, and I thought like that lacked a little bit variation. Yeah. Um, I felt really like you could add a lot more variations in drums again. Like this is really like the no, not enough hi-hats in my opinion, or groove to like make it a little more full. I feel like on a lot of things I could hear like a big psh, her like a hit like that, like when you get to change of sections and stuff to bring more groove for sure. Yeah, what else did I have in here? I think you could add more. So I agree with Dino on like the attack of the synth. Totally, I could imagine you playing with that actually throughout the song and have it more or less have it more wub at some times to just change a little bit the sound and have more variation. I feel like you could even add a bunch of hits. You're not playing, in my opinion. I think if I was me, I would play more with the response part. You have this bass going like womp womp womp, and then behind this you can play by changing the response and try to pattern that on A B A D kind of thing. Yeah, those kind of things I think could add a little more to the vibe. But yeah, outside of that, I think it sounds really cool. The Vox specifically, like, yeah, the song, it fits really well in it. I would maybe like turn down a little bit the vocals sometimes, or like have more effects on them. They feel a little bright and like front and center for sure, but like really in front of the music sometimes. But yeah, super cool song.
Heck yeah. Yeah, um I feel like I agree with you on the vocal parts. I guess I'll just like piggyback off of what you were just saying. I think that a good person to reference for this kind of style of vocal is like Detox Unit, where he basically has like the original vocals on the track, but then he'll periodically do like some degradation or weird little effects to vocals to build the tension for the track in the vocals themselves. So like I think during parts where you're going to be transitioning into another section, you could kind of like mess with the vocal effects like a little bit and maybe like make them a little bit less front and center and maybe like break them down a little bit or like bit crush them, or I know Bit Speak is really fun. There's like a lot of different vocal processing plugins you can get, vocal synth, like, or even just experiment within some of the stock plugins inside of your DAW. But yeah, I think that would really go hard. Not only for the vocal to help it be a little bit less repetitive at times, but also just to help build like the tension before little transitions. But anyway, I think that the arrangement is super fire being as simple as it is, but I agree with the gang in that a little bit of variation on the bass synth would go crazy. I think, Raph, your idea on the ABAD is like spot on. Like you could have like that dun dun and then just drop into like anything really, which is kind of cool. Like I think that a lot of like Jade Cicada and a lot of them do that. And I think that it works really well because it allows you to kind of get really dynamic with those responses, which is I think how you can keep it interesting as the song progresses. But if your intention is to try and keep it as simple as you possibly can, I think the big thing is just doing a little slight timbre variations, and that would probably do enough to like make it interesting as far as like the second half of the song goes. Yeah, I think the big thing, because I think the thing you're most concerned about here is like what's too repetitive. Like, is there anything that's like, your questions are very variation focused, and I think that the vocal for me was the big thing that felt at times to be a little bit too repetitive. And I think you could keep the same exact phrasing and everything in the same exact spot, just mess with the effects a little bit more and like create tension in how the vocals are being processed, and I think that would help a lot. But other than that, I think the song goes hard. I really like the idea, and I agree with the other gang members. You definitely like worked with the vocals in mind, and it really shows in the way that the track progresses. So I really like that. No, it was a cool track. That was fire. Well, Concow once again blessing us. All right. This is looking like some tear out energy, or maybe rhythm.
It says halftime.
Halftime. Oh, okay. Then maybe it is halftime. All right. I guess maybe we'll have to see.
We'll see.
Thugger. Yeah. What's good? Halftime. Apple turkey, apple cider mix. Halftime. Apple paper up, ate my mix. Halftime. Try to roll that shit, turn it body. Halftime. Yeah. Hit the streets and tatty bitch up like I'm Willie D. I'm Tennessee, but that chain on my neck is a D. Like no milk plate, bitch. I own the rock, I Jay-Z. Rock it, yeah. Already like Jason T. You dig? Rats on rat. Just might pull up on my train. All my diamonds black. You can motherfucking night. All these pussy niggas wet. I'ma milk them every night. Pull up screaming big. Take my motor out of rifle. Got 100 million flat. Like my motherfucking idol. I might eat it, I might lick it, but I swear I'll never bite it. Every time I dress myself, it go motherfucking viral. Pussy niggas still is swag. Bring my shit back like recycle. Yeah, you're dark. Yeah, you're dark.
Damn.
Can you play the transition from the intro to the?
Yeah,
I'm gonna have that thing.
yeah. It's a tough question.
Yeah, I feel like that one is okay, but maybe like the intro into the first drop. Can you play that first drop, please? The like 10 seconds before it starts. Yeah.
Thug. Thug. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it kind of just drops into it, but it doesn't sound like too abrupt of a drop. I think it works. Does the intro need more flavor and or fills? No, I think going straight into it kind of, unless you want it to be like a DJ edit, I think that kind of works. How are the vocals and basses sounding within the drop? They're okay. They work well together. The one of the basses in the second drop, can you just get like yeah, that one, it's not a great sound. It sounds like there's like two oscillators that are close to each other in pitch but not quite close enough, and maybe like some ring modding going on that's just not early. I guess that would be the effect that it's giving. And it just doesn't work for me, dude. I feel like the flow is right. I feel like timbrely it's right, but the actual sound that's coming out is not right for me. But yeah, how would you strengthen the phase between? Do you mean phrase or the phase? Because those are two very different things. I'm gonna go on a limb and you mean the phrase between the intro and the drop. That's fine as far as like the build into the drop goes. If you already set the expectation that it's just gonna drop into it, that's okay too. But as always, a little bit of silence, a little bit of risers, just ear candy, that kind of stuff, building into it, increasing in volume, filtering stuff out, bringing stuff back in. Just the usual like build stuff. Good track though. I enjoyed it. Aside from that one sound, which it's kind of like if you have like a cleaner sound, right there, this would be a great track for me. And that I don't know what original hip hop track it's from, but that 3-note arp, you used it in a way that was not derivative. Like it was more of like an element rather than the focus, and that was a good creative use of that, I think. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna pass it off to one of these gentlemen. I just kind of hopped in
Okay.
there. Sorry, guys.
now you're chilling. Flex Raf, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it was a cool song, badass sound design for sure, with the vocals, like rap vocals, and like the crunchy basses and everything. I think it works as a whole. It sounds pretty cool. I agree with Dino for sure when it comes to like that sound specifically that he was pointing out. I think it's too high for a bass and too yeah, something is wrong about the oscillations of this. It just goes too fast, too slow, too everything at the same time. I don't know what's wrong with the sound, but it does hit, like that response bass doesn't hit so well. But yeah, the rest does though. Yeah, it sounds pretty cool. I think to strengthen the transition, I feel like the sample, again, same thing as Dino just said, the sample that's famous that I don't know what song it's from. That sample I think is a little too dry, especially in that transition. I feel like it's loud and it's really like super loud. I think in general, I would probably try to bring the vocals closer, more front and center, and like hear them more, especially in the intro. Like when it starts singing, I feel like I want to get closer to hear the vocals more. And yeah, I think it should stand out a bit more. And in that transition, I think you could add a lot of stuff like, reverbs and things to make the space bigger, and then potentially take that away as you're getting closer to the actual drop. Like that could probably sounds better. I think in terms of creating like a sound stage. It felt like pretty small to me, even though like big, in terms of like the bases and everything. Like it felt like contained instead of like wide and a big of a space. What else do I have in my notes? Yeah, I think you could add a lot of ear candy in that transition as well. And yeah, I think like you should be careful with the clashing elements. Like a lot of the times you have vocals playing at the same time as other sounds that are in the same like range of frequencies, and I think you could play with that a little different, potentially like you know uh, either like taking away at some points the vocals to let the other element shine, or the other way around, when the vocals are there, compress more, or like remove the other elements. That could be a thing that would emphasize more of a vibe, and instead of having multiple things playing at once. Yeah, that's about it. But cool song, like definitely badass vibe with the crunchy sound design and the rap vocals.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna basically go off what you were just saying, vocal slash other instrumentation wise. I feel like there's like, especially like
Like my motherfucking idol. I might eat it, I might lick it.
like there's so much happening where I can't quite latch on to anything very easily. A good rule of thumb is to try not to have more than 5 things happening at once. So that includes like drums, bass, vocal, instrumentation that's like, like your melodic instrumentation, and then I guess you have another melody. But similarly to what Raph was saying, like because they're all in the same area,
I might eat it, I might lick it.
I think if you just pitched that vocally synth to a different register of the vocal, you could probably get away with it. But because they're sitting in the same spot, it feels like I can't really listen to either one because they're in that same frequency range. But yeah, other than that, I feel like mix wise everything was pretty on point. Like I think that the the way everything was leveled in comparison to everything else felt right. I do think that the best way to strengthen this section here would be to add more elements, like Raph was saying, like ear candy things, or even just like risers or sweeps, or maybe filtering effects, like anything to kind of just help the listener subconsciously feel like something is changing here towards a higher kind of energy point that will be released all at once you get to this drop area. I think that the intro, I think it sounded okay. I think the biggest thing was that one section where there's a little bit too much happening at once. If it were me, and this is more of like a personal preference thing, but I do think that it sounds better when the vocals are more forward in a song like this. Like I would try and make them really clear and legible, but they are kind of subdued in this. So I mean, if it was me, I would try and do some kind of unmasking or dynamic compression, or like our sidechain compression, or something along those lines, like sidechaining with a dynamic EQ, all that kind of stuff, so that the vocals are kind of sitting in the mix on top of everything else, but in like a very specific place. And then I kind of agree with the sound design choice here. It's like a good idea. It's raw, but I think it's like raw in like a weird way. And I think if you revisit it and experiment a little bit more with the sound design, you could get a little bit of a cleaner result. I think it's mainly just it almost feels like vibrato-y. Like it feels like the pitch is not like stable enough to feel like impactful. Like instead it feels a little bit muddier than I think your intention was. But all in all, like it definitely, you're capturing the hard bass vibe. I really like the lyrics on this, or the vocals, I should say. They sit really well on this style of song. I think that the biggest thing that might also maybe help is just messing around with that vocally synth more. I think you could even maybe replace it with something else. This sound here, I don't know how attached you are to that sound, but I'm not sure if it's a sample or not. If it is a sample, I would say like experiment with some different samples, or maybe even like grab a synth and like maybe grab some presets and see if you could come up with some melodies, because then you could do a little bit of variation to the melodies when you get to this section of the song. And I think that would really help people fully grasp the idea that you're going to be building up and dropping into this next heavier section. Also, don't be afraid to like tease some of these basses in this section, like high pass them out, reverb them out, low pass them, like make them really like subdued in the mix, but like pretend like help people understand that they're there and they're coming. And yeah, no, that's all I have to say, dude. Fire track, keep flexing. I'm excited to see more of your music. I don't know if this is the first time you've been on FIF, but really cool track, dude. Keep flexing. All right, here we go. We're gonna get learnt on.
Let's do it.
I couldn't wait for you to come and clear the cupboard, but now you're gonna leave with nothing but a sign. Another evening I'll be sitting reading in between your lines, because I miss you all the time. So get away, another way to feel what you did on yourself to know and let yourself go. You know you did it with your self-control. It's not a rainbow. Turn away, another way to be what you did on yourself to know and let yourself go. It's like a compromise. So what do you wanna do? What's your point of view? There's a party soon. Do you wanna get a handshake with you? What's your point of view? What's up for you? I don't wanna get, 'cause I really wanna stay at your house. And I know this hurts inside, but you know that you got me up. I'm done with you. When they look at you, I don't wanna know. And I'm aware that you were lying in the gutter, 'cause I did everything to be there by yourself. So when you tell me I'm the reason, I just can't believe the lies. And why do I still wanna call you? So what do you wanna do? What's your point of view? How's that party feel? Do you wanna get a handshake with you? What's your point of view? And what's up for you? I don't wanna get, 'cause I really wanna stay at your house. And I know it's hard inside, but you know that you got me up. I'm done with you. When they look at you, I don't wanna know. So get away, another way to feel what you did on yourself to know and let yourself go. You know you did it with your self-control. It's time to rainbow. Turn away, another way to be where you did it with yourself to go and let yourself go. It's not a compromise. So what do you wanna do? What's your point of view? There's a party soon. Do you wanna get a handshake with you? What's your point of view? And what's up for you? I don't wanna know, 'cause I really wanna stay at your house. And I know this works out, but you know what you made me up for. I'm done with you. I'm ignoring you. I don't wanna know.
I think you can pause here.
Wait, why did he? Oh, my bad. I was
Yeah.
Last
Okay.
section isn't worked on. Skip.
Cool. That was dope.
Yeah.
Here, let me reload it so I can get these questions up here. Yeah, you want to start us off, Ref? I'm still contemplating.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of shit. What the fuck? Okay, so compared to
6.6
anything that
lots.
we've heard tonight, I had to turn down my headphones like big time. Outside of that, I think it's really loud. So I'm sure that's something you were trying to get to, but I feel like especially in the beginning of the song, the clipping is going a little crazy. So like when you're saying do the vocal sound okay, I think the overall thing was so loud. It's hard for me to tell what should be louder or not, or like softer. But I feel like no, sorry, the vocals like could have been like really in front of the song again, like where I was trying to figure out what it says at the beginning and I couldn't hear it in the first drop really. So yeah, I think like overall the vocals sounded okay. It's just like the overall song was maybe too loud or too clipping. I don't exactly know. Should I keep the DNB vibe? To me, that's a yes. It sounded good. Like when the drop hit, the bass sounded good. The thing sounded good, happy, a little hyper pop vibe, I guess, in some way. But I feel like the drum and bass worked really well for me. Yeah, I like drum and bass, so it worked for me for sure. And the horns, can you play horns in the main chorus? Like, it didn't strike me so much, to be honest.
I feel the same way. What part of the song? Is it
Talking about
those?
maybe?
Is it those?
So like, is that the bass element we're talking about, kind of?
I think so. But hang on.
Okay, then like
Yeah, I think that's what he's talking about.
okay, yeah, that sounded good to me, to be honest. Like, oh yeah, bass horns. I mean, that part really hits well. The groove is good. The progression is good. It works well with the drums. That part really works well for me. Yeah. Seem a little long, or maybe ARP could. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I have no idea what an ARP would sound under these them, but as is sounded good to me. So yeah, maybe I don't know what's to do. It sounded good. It sounded pretty good, to be honest. Like, yeah, work on the mix maybe and on the master and whatever is on your master chain, but otherwise, it sounded pretty cool.
All right. Well, it sounds like I still have to revisit the microphone thing. So for now, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can fix it immediately. But I'll try and figure that out for the next time we are doing Thief. But no, the vocals. I mean, I assume you all can hear us when we're not playing music, so I'll just try and keep that in mind. Do the vocals sound okay? I feel like they sound almost okay. I do agree that the whole song sounds a little loud, but you could in theory get away with it if it's one of these things where like I'm thinking of references like Joe B, for example, where you're trying to push like -3 or -4 LUFS and it's like super loud. But so when you lose dynamics, I think you have to be like really intentional about what frequencies are sitting where. And vocals have this problem where they have a really strong fundamental. So like I think that the vocal fundamental, because it's so strong, makes the mix actually feel a bit muddy at this level of loudness. And I think it could be worth just paying attention to, even if you do turn the track down. Like, it's like this, what is that, like 300-ish, 400-ish range? Wherever
Yeah,
that
lots of build-up.
fundamental is sitting, it's kind of like building up on top of everything else. In a way that makes it feel like a little bit muddier. I think if you kind of adopt the classic, hang on, I got to get paint up again. If you adopt the classic vibe of just having this kind of like empty space in the middle, or at least less empty space in the middle with a lot of your elements, so either high passing your mid range kind of stuff more, or even just using like Bell EQ curves and like lowering information in that area, I think that would benefit a mix like this. Even if you did want it to be really loud, like I don't think there's anything wrong with making things really loud. It's just when there's a lack of dynamics, things get muddy very quickly. But I think that the vocal is a great idea, though. I think you should definitely like keep messing with it as far as the mix down goes. But should you keep the DNB vibe? Absolutely. I thought it sounded great too. Yeah, I think it's like fun to like get into that sort of the DNB energy. It's just fun to like pick up that energy and like, dance. So I think it gets people dancing, which is good. And I think that the horns sounded great. I didn't really notice anything bad with them. I do think that you could still squeeze in the ARP though. I think see the vision, and I think it would be cool to kind of add like one more melodic element that's a little bit more high mid or mid range on top of that sound. So yeah, But all in all, this is a really fun vibe. I think that it's like exciting. You might also be able to tune or turn back the reverb a little bit on the vocals. I think it's a little bit wet. And I don't know if that's just because of how you're like grabbing the vocal or using the vocal, but I think that if you tried to make it a little bit drier, that it would benefit the mix in general. But all in all, yeah, super fun, super cool. I want to see more of this. It's crazy to see this when I know what other music you make. So yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dino, take it away. What do you think?
Oh, Poyo. Okay, buddy. First of all, minus 6.6 lufs before you even have drums going. Brother, please. brother, please. Like,
It's his tear out. His tear out mind is taking advantage.
yeah.
Sorry.
Anyway, oh, buddy. Yeah, there's a lot of mid and high frequency buildups. Like a lot. I don't even know what your questions are. Let me look at the questions. Do the vocals sound okay? Yeah, the vocals sound okay. I layered the main vocals, the acapella cover, and they blend okay, in my opinion. In my opinion, they blend okay too. I didn't even realize. I thought it was just vocal doubling, like multiple takes from the same person. So that's pretty good. Should I keep the DNV vibe, or what direction do you think I could take for the second half of the track? You could half time it and go into like freeform, like 85 BPM type stuff. That could be cool. But then you have to redo all your sound design and all that kind of stuff. Do the horns in the main chorus need to be tighter? They seem a little long, or maybe an ARP could work underneath them. I don't even talking about. I didn't pick those up at all. I picked up a whole bunch of like synthy stuff, but it's like Brad said, it was all kind of muddy, so it all just kind of blended together. Can you give me a section where that might play?
Is it this section? I think so. The main vocals and the acapella cover. Is it like?
So get away, another way to feel like you did yourself to know and let yourself go. You know you don't lose your self-control.
Is that sounds?
I
like
don't know, but
multiple layers.
there's a lot of mid build up. It's kind of like really, it's really distracting. Yeah, we know the music is louder than the mics. Real, it's the compression algorithm. It has to be.
Well, I have this turned up quite a bit, but let me hang on. Let me go one step further. But yeah, keep talking.
So yeah, that's, you know, I couldn't even pick that up. I feel like maybe if you have a little like tighter EQ performance, like a little more separation, like Magda was saying, the old bell curve, or maybe even just band pass them individually, just a straight band pass on each one in their own frequency range. That might help a little more like instrumental separation. Just because there's a lot of buildup, dude. There is like this could be, and there are tracks submitted tonight that are probably louder than this. But this just feels really, really loud, and it's in one area, and it's like, yeah, it's really distracting. But I definitely do enjoy the D&B vibe for sure, and the vocals do sound okay. Like I said earlier with Concow's track, it sounds like you made this track around this vocal rather than slapping it on at the end, and that's always a plus in my book. Work on the lefts though, dude. Like it doesn't need to be that. And also, it's louder before the drop. It's minus 6.6 and then the drop is minus 8. So that's kind of a little backwards, I think. But I like Magda was saying, it's crazy to hear this knowing what you normally work on and what you normally make. Now this is 3 weeks in a row where you've submitted a completely different genre of music, and in my opinion killed it in all 3 weeks. So yeah, crazy stuff, dude. Crazy.
Yeah, facts. And I think, as is tradition, Poyo is Poyoing. All right. I'll keep an eye on chat, but I think I fixed some of the vocal versus or voice versus music levels. But let me know what this sounds like. Also, I'm excited, Ken.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
Def- Definitely nailed the Zelda OST type vibe.
On God. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, kick us off, Flex. I feel like
Yeah,
you know
okay.
what you're wanting to say.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm not so sure, to be honest, but I improvised that. I haven't
Uh-oh.
taken notes. I've just listened. I guess like what I would say first off, keep it sort of dark. It doesn't seem so dark to me. It feels like fairly bright. I think the vibe is good. I don't know if what you would I want to add, but to me it sounds fine as is. Um Looking to extend the track. Yeah, I think you could have kept going and add more, like make the second drop longer, like or add another drop. Like I felt like the transition to the outro sounded really nice. I actually was expecting it to be longer. I looked up, I was listening and I looked up and looked at the waveform and figured that was the end. I was expecting it to be longer, so yeah, we could add a little more to this bass. Like, I mean, if you could replay just the end of the last drop. Yeah, continuing on that vibe, I feel like you could add another sections to of the same length of what we just listened to. I think it would work nicely, or add another drop at the end. But like, yeah, just that would sound good to me. Overall mixing, no, I feel like it was all right on that front, to be honest. Yeah, no, that sounds good. That sounded good to me. I guess that's about it.
I too have very little to say about this track. The highs for the mix sound a bit dull, but personally, I feel it fits the vibe. I don't know. I'm not wearing the right headphones to talk about dull highs. Highs in these things are spicy no matter what level they are. So I think it sounded nice though. Um, I feel like don't darken it and don't brighten it. It's just really good where it's at. It's got that like happy, um, almost like Nintendo bossa nova like vibe to it, right? I think that's probably what you're going for. Looking to extend the track to about 330 or so in length. I'll be expanding more after the 141 to 157 section. I agree with Raph. You could make another section that's equal in that length, and a good way to do it, a cheater way to do it. Normally we tell people to just go a perfect fifth up, but you could also do fifth octave, fifth plus an octave as a run to increase the energy, and then you can ramp it back down slowly too that way. Um, and I just feel like that doubling or that harmony can add a lot, like musically, without adding too much energy, but it will still increase the energy a little. In terms of overall mixing, is there any parts throughout the track where it seems highlighted melody isn't sticking out enough to do that? No. It was really nice, and a few things that jumped out to me in a good way. I really liked the panning that you did on the percussion. That was really nice. I liked how you had like some slight panning with the various instruments in either direction. That was really nice too. And just, really, really overall a good track. However, as the rule always is, and I can understand like with this is not bass music, in like strictly speaking, right? But you should always you bring up the paint tool, Magnet.
No.
Your low end should always stick up a little bit more than everything else. Yeah, and even then, just like that high end should just be a little bit lower. And there were parts where you had the frequency readout was showing, especially that like windy fluty type sound was definitely way louder than everything else. And I understand you want to have that. Yeah. I understand you want to have that sticking up a little bit higher, but it's just like a good rule of thumb to just always have the low end a little bit louder. But yeah, no, great track, dude. I love everything you do. And as far as a vibe goes, yeah, it's a good vibe. I don't think aside from that, and I can understand why you did that, why it's that much louder. But for certain people's hearing, that might be too much, especially on like a sealed system, because I'm using open back headphones. So like if we're talking about like frequencies reverberating in a space, and then you're gonna have buildup in like a sealed environment, that could be a problem, especially like a car or something, or like a room with hardwood floors and not too much fabric in it. Like that could end up kind of being painful to the ear. So it's just something to look out for. But this is all like end level stuff that you would be taking into consideration. But anyway, yeah, great track, man. Love it. Next.
Yeah, I feel like the first question is a little bit interesting. Because I feel like it doesn't matter if the mix sounds a certain way. I shouldn't say that. I feel like the mix, the way that you have it, it is a little bit dull, but it's okay because of how you work the dynamics around it. So because the beginning of your song is so quiet and like, intimate and very like precise and almost like minimal, it doesn't matter that you don't have a ton of high frequencies because you're always making it feel like that brightening up of things is happening, even if the frequencies aren't, where they should be, air quotes, in comparison to like your reference tracks. I think that also video game music is kind of unique in the way that it like is, because it's not really meant to be listened to outside of the video game. So it sometimes needs to be like brighter or less bright depending on what's going on in the game. So like in a game like Zelda, where you have like sound effects and like, slashing and crashing into pots and stuff, like you need like the higher frequencies to cut through probably more with music. Otherwise you wouldn't really be able to hear it over like the crashing of pots and things like that. I think that the mix down in this song in particular works really well just because of the dynamics in it. So unlike a lot of like bass music where you have a lack of dynamics, where I think what you're talking about matters a little bit more, because this is a little bit more stylized around, like, it's definitely not, I would consider this not bass music. It's definitely like a little bit more organic, or maybe that's not the right word to use, but you know what I mean? It's definitely video game music is the energy that I get from it, which is what you were definitely striving for. And I don't think it needs to be brighter just because of the dynamics that you did in this track, which is cool, because I don't see that a whole lot. So it's really inspiring to see that. I think that the second question of yours, extending the track, like, should it go up or down? I think it could go up a little bit. And the big thing that I was thirsty for, or hungry for, was some real drums, like hearing like a real kick into like a real snare, and like that kind of like a drum set, I think would go really hard on this style of music. And I think that's just a personal opinion and preference, but I think it could be worth exploring that rabbit hole, just because then you might get that little bit of extra high frequency content that's still available to you in your mix, and you could still approach it in a way where it's like really leaning into the whole organic like feeling of a lot of the elements of this song. And then your third question, let's see here. In terms of overall mixing, are there any parts throughout the track where it seems the highlighted melody isn't sticking out enough? Let me first just listen. No, I think like it sounds good. And I think that does it feel like it has depth? I definitely think it has depth. In fact, I would say this is the most depth oriented track that I've heard in a while, just because of how dynamic it is. Like you basically go from almost like silence, some like spectrally bird thing and the clap sound or whatever that is, to this very full like lush sort of feeling. So I really like the way that you did that. The main instrument I'm concerned about is for this point is the piano. I just don't think honestly don't even hear. I can't even really tell what the piano is, or if it's even so
I think the piano might be almost that guitar adjacent sound that we're hearing. It could be a guitar or a piano.
Oh,
Harp is going in the background.
I think that it fits in nicely. I don't really notice anything about it that's like throwing me off. But yeah, like the big thing though, the biggest preferential thing I want to hear is like real drums that have a little bit more high frequency content, because you have this like kick that's like, it's just that like thump kind of a thing, very like low frequency oriented, and then the claps or the snares are very like high frequency oriented. So basically with a real drum set, I think you would get like a little bit of the opposite frequencies of each of those things. So like your kick would have like a little bit more high end and your snare would have a little bit more low end, and I think that would like help fill in some of those extra frequency spaces that you have, to make a little bit more of an impactful like final section. But also, if you want to keep this like super chill, that might not be the vibe. That's what I want, right? That's my personal preference kind of poking its head out. But other than that, amazing track. I thought that was great.
One thing I wanted to say as well that I forgot to say is like that little break right before the last section. It sounds really cool and kind of electronic, but it just doesn't come back. It's its own thing. So I wonder if there should be more glitches like this, because like I don't know, it sounded like it came out of nowhere. Can you play it, Magdude?
Oh,
like
the section right before the touring loop. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounded really sick for sure. But then, yeah, I kind of wanted to come earlier or come back, or I don't exactly know what, but something like that, because it sounded cool.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I thought it was really nice. It almost had like I don't want to say this because it's really not the same, but it has like that weird like porter sprinkle, you know? Just a little sprinkle of the like old porter stuff which is nice. But yeah, fire, absolute fire. Ken is on another level with his dynamics. I don't hear dynamic sounds like that very often. So that's nice. All right, next up we got Frankie Beats. Let's get it.
I guess I'll kick us off. So a few things that stood out to me before I address the questions. Left right panning on the hats. That's generally not how one pans hi hats. Usually it's like hit hit hit, but like a sweeping panning is usually not very good on hi hats. At least it wasn't for me. Is my kick too weak? Well, I think the kick and the amount of sidechain that you have are either your kick is too big and your sidechain is not coming, like it's not bringing the bass back fast enough, or your kick is too small and the bass is still not coming back fast enough. I feel like the kick could be tighter and the sidechain could be tighter as a whole, so it's kick and then the bass comes right back. Which leads me to the second part that kind of gave me a little bit of an ick, is on the second half where you have all those repeated kicks. Maybe a little bit too many kicks. It removes the ability to do, the head bob. And then also, when you have all those kicks and they're sidechaining your bass, and your bass this is not coming back fast enough, you're basically just getting bass from the kick and you're not getting any of the sub bass. So if you had more of like a transient kick at that part doing that, or you found a way to like tighten up your kick to your bass side chain, and there's ways to do that. catch me in VC sometime. I'll tell you about it. That might be a vibe. When the two basses play at the same time at 54, do the tones work together or do they clash? I didn't hear any kind of like bass chording. Can we hear from 50, please? No, it's not. It's not bad. I mean, there's a little bit of like some second harmonic going on there, but you can see in the waveform it's kind of okay. But someone in the chat had mentioned that they'd like to see the 16th note bass on its own or as a fill and switch for a bar. That makes sense to me. I can hear that. Instead of it being an all the time thing, you have that woo woo woo, and then the woo woo woo, and then the woo woo, and then just like a little bit of variation. So to address the questions, are the high end frequencies of the bass too high? Does it make an annoying sound? No, it does not. I think the actual timbre of the thing that's doing the sub bass and the mid bass is pretty good. It's nice, like harmonic series type, like low, piled on sine waves. I like it. Is my kick too weak? No, I think your kick is too big. And your side chain is too big. The reason it feels too weak is because it's cutting out all the sub bass later on, and your sub bass just inherently is going to have more bass than the kick because kicks hit a little bit higher, so it's going to feel weak. And then when the two basses play at the same time, do the tones work together? Do they clash? They don't clash, but I feel like you could strategically place them a little bit differently. And then that could it could give your track a little more impact, especially if you're going for like this deep dub. Like generally the idea with deep dub is to like really try and slow everything down, if that's what you're going for. But yeah, that's my thoughts and opinions, comments and criticisms on this. But let's
I could go next unless you want to go, Mike, dude.
Flex, Raph, flex.
All right. Yeah, cool tune. I like the badass vibe. I think it works well. Okay, questions, I guess. Highest frequencies too high. No, I think that sounded pretty good to me in general. Yeah, kick too weak. I don't think so, but it's not the kick. I really agree with the sidechain. Like the attack is too slow. Probably. I don't know if it's about the curve or about the speed, but yeah, it feels like I thought it sounded cool at first, like having the bass catch up after, but for the whole time I felt like it was too, yeah. So maybe play with that, change the curve of your side chain. It would probably sound different. Like I'm sure there's a lot of tweaking to do there. I think the two basses play really nicely together. It reminds me of some like Skrillex, the new Skrillex that came back like 2 years ago or something. There's a little bit of that, like kind of rumble type inspiration. I think that sounded pretty cool, to be honest. And no, it didn't clash in my ears. It sounded okay together. So yeah, no, pretty cool overall. I thought it sounded pretty solid. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the side chaining thought. I'm just gonna I'll let you know now that I agree with both of them on it. It does feel like the side chain shape is a little bit weird. I think that the high end frequencies are okay. I would say you could even push them like at times a little bit further forward in the mix. I feel like your hi-hats are so much louder than it that it makes me want like a little bit more, maybe mid-range, not just high frequencies, but like mid-range of the mid bass. And then I think the vocal thing is a little bit far back as well in the mix. I think you could probably bring that up a little bit, but that's just preference. I'm basically comparing everything to the kick sub relationship, and mainly the kick in this case because that's like the big element that is very noticeable. I would say everything around the kick except the other drums, like the hi-hats and things like that, could come up. But that could also be related to your sidechain, so maybe try and get the sidechain sitting where you want it and be a little bit less aggressive with how long it is, or at the very least for how long it's existing. And and by existing, I mean like the effect of the sidechain pulling everything down, make that a little bit more tight. And yeah, I think if the other elements are still kind of quiet in comparison to the kick, maybe bring those up a little bit. So yeah, your kick is definitely not too weak. I would say it's kind of like the main driving element as far as loudness goes in the whole song. I kind of agree as well with what Dino was saying with this second part. There's quite a few kicks. If you want to do something like this, it's not that it's bad. It's just I would do it a little bit less often. So maybe like you could have sections of the phrasing that have more kicks, but then, you know, go back into a more slowed down vibe, or maybe give it some room by using percussion in place of kicks. That's something that I've done a lot, and it seems to work pretty well, where, you know, if I want that vibe where I have like a bunch of kicks stacked up, that's okay. Just maybe have the first kick be like the main downbeat kick, and then the other kicks either be a lot quieter kicks or different sounds, or not even kicks at all, like make them percussive sounds or things like that. And then yeah, the two basses playing at the same time, I agree. I think it sounds great. It does have that rumble inspiration. That's a good reference. In fact, something that you might want to do is pull that song into your DAW, set it to go direct out to your speakers and not through the main master fader, and kind of compare like what is different frequency wise in your track, because you might be able to get that same mix down onto this track and it work really well. So yeah, all in all, really cool track. I think the vibe is nice and it's fun. It definitely has that like hard, almost like it's like almost funky, you know, it's got like hints of funk, but then, you know, you keep it EDM. So especially with the sound design. One last thing, and this is kind of just a selfish desire, but I think you could go a little bit more dynamic with the timbre of the basses, maybe change up the harmonics a little bit. I think that would be a nice fun way to like improve the dynamics of the arrangement without having to do like too much work. But yeah, all in all, really cool song. Keep flexing on it. And I guess, yeah, I keep forgetting that that's all three of us. Sometimes when there's two of us, it like throws me off, because then I'm like, is the feedback over? No, yeah, it's really cool.
It is.
that was fire. Oh my gosh, it's baked potato. No
I think
way.
you're skipping one.
Am I?
Yeah,
I don't think so. Let me make sure.
you are.
Let me make sure. Someone must have edited their.
You're skipping user string of numbers.
Someone must have edited their message, which they did. All right. Hang on a second here. Wow. Might have to full screen this. Hang on. Let me make sure. I mean, you can see it. I feel like it's. Here, let me. There we go. That way you can kind of see the whole thing. All right. Okay.
Damn, that was cool.
I definitely liked it. But I think if it's okay, I think I have some thoughts that I would like to say almost immediately
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
because it's so close to being in my opinion like a really cool mix down. But the one thing that stuck out to me, like I don't want to call it a sore thumb because it wasn't that egregious, but the kick feels like it's there. I don't want to say just to be there, but it feels like it's like not this like the same realm of level compared to everything else. So either you could bring down the kick, which is not always necessary, or bring up everything else loudness wise, because the kick just feels like super loud in comparison to like everything else in the mix. It's not horrible. It's just, yeah, it's like sticking out every time it was hitting. I was like getting distracted by it, which I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know if that's what you're going for. I'm being honest with you. Like it was distracting, but I think that the progression of all the chords, like the notes that you're playing on both the piano and the guitar, are really interesting. I think they're like really creative, and the choice of notes to play is really enticing and interesting. I think that your second question, is it too chaotic when the solo comes in? I think the short answer is yes. It's not as bad as you think, maybe, or maybe it is as bad as you think. I think that the problem is that they're sitting in the same kind of frequency range. So it's similar to, I forget what track it was a few tracks back, but the guitar and the piano are like clashing with each other frequency wise. So it's really hard to kind of pay attention to either one. And it adds to this feeling of muddiness. You could either you could get rid of one or the other, which I think might work, but I think like a spicier way to do it would be to dynamically EQ or compress the piano out of the way for the guitar solo. That way you can still kind of have that feeling of the piano there, but it'll remove some of that like muddiness feeling. And yeah, no, I think that to answer your last question, I don't think you really needed to quantize the piano more. I think it works great as is. It's just more or less like a mixed down decision making process that could be improved upon. But yeah, the kick for sure. I would use that as a reference point and like definitely keep it at the same volume. But the biggest thing is like just turn everything else up. I feel like your mids and your mid highs were so low in comparison to the kick that whenever the kick was hitting, I was just like, whoa. So yeah, other than that though, yeah, really, really dynamic and interesting chord progression and use of the piano and guitar. So yeah, keep flexing on that angle. Yeah, leave it to you, lads.
I think last week we told him he didn't have enough kick. And
He's like, I'll show you.
Yeah, he took it to heart. And it's interesting to see where this track is going. Is the mix balanced? I think Magdu addressed that pretty well. I would say it is not balanced. Especially, can you go back and play a little bit of it? Yeah. Yeah, that's good. If you look right there, right at like 90, 100, 110, 120, you'll see there's a bunch of peaks coming up at the same time, and they're all relatively the same level. And that's like low mid chording, and that creates a lot of mud. And that's what we don't really want. And then also, you could, yeah, the vibe.
For real though.
And so that could be addressed a little bit differently. And then as far as having the guitar cut through the piano, I had showed him a little bit of ringwad sidechain, but I don't think I really got to explain it in a concise or precise enough manner to where it would stick, and that's probably on me. So that's always an option. Is it too chaotic when the solo comes in? Well, seeing as you sent me the project file for this, and I looked at it, and I played it without the glitch repeating, I would say yes, it is a little chaotic when the solo if that's what you mean. I'm still not a fan of the glitch stuff. Should I have quantized the piano more? Absolutely not. I know that you played most of this with your guitar and a MIDI keyboard. I don't know if you, judging from the project file, like you actually played it in instead of drew it in on the MIDI piano instead of the piano roll, I should say. Well, I'm feeling like the former presidential nominee with word salad over here. Anyway, and I feel like the quantized or the non-quantized piano, having it drift a little bit in and out of time is good, right? Like Raph had mentioned earlier, that like sometimes moving stuff out of space is a good move. And I think with how like raw and organic the guitar playing is, that like to have the piano locked to the grid would not make sense in the overall concept. Because like when a band plays, right, everyone locks to the drummer, and whatever tempo the drummer plays, unless they're like the world's best drummer, they're not playing at exactly 115 BPM. They're not playing at exactly 90 BPM. They're not playing at exactly 145 BPM. They're drifting and they're swaying, and as they speed up, the rest of the band kind of gets a feel for that. And since you're the one playing this, and as you play like a more exciting part, you're going to speed up a little, and as you bring the energy, you're going to slow down a little. And I feel like if you lock the piano to the grid, you're going to lose that effect. That being said, when you have a kick that's perfectly on the grid, that kind of presents a problem, because now you have your kick is in time, but everything else is like super swung in comparison to it. So that might be something worth looking at. And yeah, I agree with Magduit in that the kick, maybe just not that sample. That sample could also just not be the vibe. Maybe like an actual like acoustic drum kick sample would be more in the vein of this. But I love the way you play with modes and scales. It's always super interesting. It's always super fun to hear, and it's always great to have like someone actually playing something on their tracks and using DAWs what they were originally intended for. Anyway, that's all I have to say about that one. Raph, you want to take it away, sir?
Yeah, sure. I don't have a ton of feedback because I'm not sure what to do, but with the improving this type of tracks, I feel like the vibe was really, really strong. That's for sure. I guess like to answer your questions, mixed balanced, I feel like you could make more use of the 3D space. Like every instrument is in the same spot kind of thing. So like then that comes into the other question. Is it chaotic? Yeah, everyone said the same thing kind of thing. I feel like the piano could come down generally, either EQ it or just like lower the volume or even scrap it for that section. I don't know, one of these three. I feel like that would leave more space for the solo. Guitar sounds good though. It's pretty cool. And quantizing the piano, I'm not sure. To be honest, the piano didn't bug me at all in terms of timing, so I think that part was fine. Yeah, I think you could make more use of the mix, like panning and reverbs, and like it feels a little muddy because like everything is in the same spot. Yeah, I guess that's what I would give as feedback for the most part on here. But yeah, super intense vibe. I really like that.
Heck yeah. Yeah, thank you as always. Keep flexing, my guy. It's really a unique style. It goes hard. Like it's definitely, he's pushing the vibe. All right, now it's time for the baked potato. All right, sorry for only par baking the potato before, but now it'll be fully baked. Rhythm, carrot face. Oh goodness.
that was dope.
He went there. This is how you love.
Yeah, that sounded pretty cool.
Yeah, I liked it. Do you want to go first or should I?
Yeah, I can go first.
Yeah,
The motif, which one are you talking about actually? Because I'm like, is it the right? That was fine by me. Yeah, I think that's fine. You can still keep playing with it. There's so many effects, so many different variations happening in the same thing. I feel like it sounded great. Still come across mature. I think it did for me. I didn't have any problem with it. It sounded great. I'm curious about the end. Like, is this like how you intend to end the song, or like why, like the change of pattern, like towards the very end? I was kind of surprised. I think it sounded cool, but also I feel like you need a pause in between the two. You cannot just like go from one kind of kick to the other kind of kick in this short of an amount of time. Too loud or too loud? I don't know. No, it sounded okay to me. Even maybe a little too much, like too bright. Maybe like feel like some of the piercing sounds were a little loud sometimes. Maybe, but overall, like nothing that like stands out crazy. Yeah, that's about it for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think the motif goes so hard. I mean, I was even able to do it after the song ended, so it passed that checkbox. Yeah, I think that I think the sub sounds good. I think the big thing is that I wanted a little bit more low mid from the, or not low mid, but I guess just mid from the basses, from the mid basses anyway. So, cause yeah, as Raph was saying, it's a little bright, which is not innately bad, but it feels like it's like this picture, like you went too hard on this picture, basically. Like you basically have it just right, except I would say it's more like this is what you have, like where you could give a little bit more, especially in this region. Maybe you can keep this the way that it is, but this region right here, I feel like is a little bit lacking in the mid basses. And I feel like it leaves it almost feeling emptier than it could be. Because I think you could get like more loudness even by just adding things like that, or bringing back those frequencies. But yeah, I don't think it's too loud. I think it's just that there are moments where some of these mid basses feel a little bit harsh. Like you could try to soothe, or even something that I've been doing recently that I think works really great is I will low pass, but I'll do this. So I'm low passing off like a bunch of frequencies that are past, like, you know, really painful stuff, like 17K sometimes, right? Like that kind of range. Like I'll just get rid of all that. But then I'll boost below it, just below it, so it still maintains the feeling of brightness without actually having any information that's like really high frequency. And I find that to help out a lot with these kinds of sounds, because there's like a certain point where, because I love harsher,
it's too much after a certain point, right?
Right. And I love that style of timbre. It's just like the way you get it to sit right in the mix has been something I've even been trying to figure out ways to like push that boundary, but still keep it like somewhat kind to the ears. And yeah, I've just found that low passing trick helps a lot. But the low end is not muddy at all. I just think that, yeah, it needs a little bit more mid-range. So like not maybe necessarily low mid, but definitely mid-range. And yeah, I think that I agree. So this is not a question that you asked, but I agree with what Raph was saying about this.
Oh no, hold on. There is a question for you. Just have to refresh the page.
Oh,
sorry.
No, that's all good. I didn't know there was a question for. Is the non-standard block arrangement jarring? No, I think it actually works really well. I think it like the motif really helps carry that too. I think the fact that you're still like bringing people back with that do 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 is like super helpful for not noticing a lot of that stuff. Like I personally didn't notice any weirdness happening with the transitions or where things were happening. If you wanted to really emphasize the building and releasing of tension, you might be able to go a little bit harder on like frequency reduction, the classic stuff, reverse stuff, white noise riser type things. Like you could go a little bit harder on those, but I don't think they're necessary. It's just something that would enhance the transitions a little bit more if you wanted to go that way. But yeah, no, I think.
Right.
Oh, I just realized as well. So I think that the traditional sidechaining I am partial to. So I just wanted to make sure I fully finished this answer. Yeah, I am partial to. I love volume automation sidechaining. I think it sounds great. So I'm going to go ahead and say just do that. But there is obviously benefits to phase matching your kick and your sub and doing it that way. It's just that I would say both equally feel good. So it's like, do you want to spend 4 hours like phase aligning your sub and getting all that? Like,
Not really.
yeah,
No.
yeah. Or would you rather just have like a full kick that sidechains your sub out of the way when it's happening? And I feel like both sound equally good. Now the dedicated sub is a whole nother story. That I think is really important. That helps like when your basses are hitting, like gives them like a really strong foundation. But that's not what this is asking about. So.
I wanna interject real quick on that. An interjection. It is actually not gonna. Sorry. So I think the reason why we're missing so much of the mid is because just today I put in a dedicated sub and I spent like an hour and a half getting the dedicated sub to do all the right notes and everything. And I think I might have high passed the mid basses a little bit too hard. And then also on my master chain, I had at about 80 hertz at minus 15 decibels at a Q of 2. I had cut like the general second harmonic region, and that probably I just cut too much, I think. And that's probably where like a lot of the mid end went. So that would be that part.
Yeah, that's good that it's an easy fix then, because it's one of those things where it's like when you're listening to something a lot, and I think that this should be something that everyone like hopefully takes with some inspirational drive, is like if you listen to the same thing constantly, it's really hard to understand the reference point that you once were striving for. Which is why I always recommend to people, which I think Dino did with this too, is like when you make a song, just like set it down for a while, like it's okay to like make a song and come back to it in like a month or two, even a couple of months. Like I think that is like really how you flex. And I remember what this sounded like originally, Dino, and I think it is definitely improved, which is good.
Oh, thank you.
So that's like a vibe. And yeah, I think that's usually what happens if you just set your song down for a bit and come back to it. You'll usually come at it again with those fresh ears that we know and love. So, yeah.
Gotta love them fresh ears. And then to answer Raf's question about the ending section, that's just a little bit of a placeholder, just because I was trying to figure out because I was telling Brad earlier, the second drop is like 28 bars, which does not make sense at all.
I see.
Right? Yeah, and that's what I was talking about, like with the non-standard, and then I just the way it goes into like the 4/4 mid bass sound without the kick, like that's just how that phrase ended naturally. But then I would have a 5-bar phrase, and that would like it works with the flow of the thing, and then we have then it becomes how many, like 29 bars or something.
Okay, I feel like if you took a longer break between the two, you would have a better result.
You're probably right. Yeah, I could just give it I could probably just give it the thing. And outlet, yeah, I do have a filter follower. I just didn't have time to set it up to do everything, or else I would have had the second harmonic following the note as well, because there is a lot of melodic movement in the sub bass. Anyway, thank you.
I actually just wanted to point out as well with what Al was saying, something that could be even easier than that, if anyone is curious, is using some unmasking software. Like I know that there's a lot of unmasking tools now that exist. My favorite one is from Sonable, which is like pure unmask, but you can use like there's a bunch of them. You can even use Soothe or something similar to Soothe to create like basically it's like a side chaining of the sound that you want to be overlapping the other sound. I have found that works like really well with sub as well. Just because I use a lot of mud pies and like sometimes I'm a little bit lazier on how I process the low end of my mud pies so that the sub fits. So yeah, I've found that just is like super quick and works really well. But that is just my opinion.
All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate the feedback. And yeah, you're right. I started this track back in March. And I've been picking it up off and on every few weeks or every few months, I should say. And it's just that one motif just keeps bringing me back to it. And I don't know if I should finish it and let it go, but yeah.
It's a fire motif. It's a fire motif for real.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree.
All right. Next up, we got Red Forest by Santa Claus. Yo, I hope you've been good this year.
Damn, that was cool.
That had Red Forest vibes for sure.
Do you want to kick us off, Raph? Or
Yeah, honestly, yeah, Raph Flex. What do you think?
I have the,
Sure.
I'll
questions in our chat, by
I
the
will
way.
reload this.
Overall distribution of the frequencies in the drops. I felt like the first one worked really well. I would probably like chill it. There's too many things I feel in the second one, possibly. Can you play it again? Like part of the second drop. Yeah, those two bases are kind of clashing in my opinion. Like they should probably talk to each other maybe instead of like at the same time. There's like a groove of the one in the lower end and the one in the mid is like has different rhythm. I feel like I don't know, that's kind of weird to me, but maybe that's what you're going for and I have no idea. It's just my opinion. Questions. Best layers in the drop. Well, I mean, just talked about that, I guess. And build-ups. I feel like the build-ups the first one is pretty good. I would just tweak the pitch a little bit higher. If you can just re-put just right before the first drop. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like right now there is like some sort of pitch automation, it seems, that's going down. I think like you need to go up before you go down. Yeah, and the second build, I really liked the vibe, but I wanted like a clear drop midway through. There's a moment where you introduce a bass in your second build up. I feel like that bass needs to be bigger. So probably make a little break right before, like a little blank space where it just goes into that bass with like that, kind of impact type thing. Maybe have like a little riser or something to lead into it, but also maybe just make it wider and have like a bigger impact. Because like you don't have sub, which is great because I think you want to keep the sub for the actual drop, but like make that bass wider could like bring I don't know, a bigger feeling out of it. I feel like it wasn't big enough. Yeah, I guess that's about it.
What do you think, Dino?
Oh, I'll bite. Um, let's see. Overall frequency distribution in the drops, like Raph said, the first one was okay. I feel like there was maybe a little bit too much bass just in the track in general. And then definitely in the second drop, there was way too much bass. And it might have just been that there was too many bass layers, which goes to the second question. There was too many bass layers. I think Raph really hit it on the head with like saying that they need to be rhythmically in time and either layered on top of each other or just one or the other. You can't have both. Are the buildups too boring or can I get away with it? No, actually, when I was looking at the waveform, the sausage on the screen, I was thinking like, oh, that's a long buildup, but it didn't feel long. It never got too long. The buildup is right. I feel like you should maybe have double the length of drop before and after that. If you're gonna have that long of a buildup, you need to have a longer dance section if that's the kind of music you're going for. And then Raph also said, yeah, you need to, if you're trying to build something, you're trying to uplift, you're trying to build up to, and it helps to have like an upwards pitch movement if you're doing that. I can't think of very many instances where downlifting into a drop is a good idea. You generally downlift into a breakdown to uplift into the drop again, which could be, beneficial for going into that second section. I also felt like you could have spaced the energy in the build for the second one a little bit better. You could have like built into it over a longer period of time, and that would increase the overall tension that's felt by the listener. And then you release it into that. Can we get the beginning of the second drop from the build up, like just a little bit? Yeah. Right. 4 beats. Doom, 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 doom. 1, 2, 3, drop. Right? That's when you want to do that. That's how you really, especially with this kind of like a 4 on the floor, like down tempo, mid tempo type music, right? You want to give, and it's always got to be the bum 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 bum. Like that's a little bit of silence, reverb tail, sure, and then you just right into it. But I feel like in order to really take this track to the next level, you need to carve out the frequencies in that second drop a little bit better, or just figure out where your layering is going to be. But definitely Red Forest type vibes, for sure. Definitely enjoyed it. I like I said, or like Raph said, I enjoyed that second build quite a bit. It was really nice, and it did not feel too long. It did not get boring. So yeah, that's my take on the deal.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Magnet.
I feel like I'm agreeing with everything you guys are saying about the drops. I feel like the biggest problem in these drops is how the low frequencies and especially like the low mid frequencies are existing in the mix. Like, let me see what frequency. You can see how there's like this stacking up of frequencies, and what is that, like 150 to like 170 or 180, somewhere in there. It feels like really muddy because of what is going on in that section. So you might even be able to get away with just cutting those frequencies out or removing them to some extent. Maybe not fully removing them, but lowering them. But yeah, I think that the low frequencies, especially like even the way the kick is interacting with like the sub, I feel like there's no real side chain that like is moving the sub out of the way for the kick to like feel punchy. So I would like look into how you're side chaining, maybe get a little bit more aggressive with the side chain, especially with the whole 4 on the floor vibe. I feel like aggressive side chaining really like helps that sort of style of music. And yeah, it's not bad, but it's not great either, basically, is what I'm saying. I think that your mid and high frequencies sound really cool, and I like the timbres. It's just that low, mid, and low frequency areas are feeling very muddy, and I think that's partially because of the side chaining and partially just because of how your low mid frequencies are sitting in your mid basses, or basses in general. I think that the bass layers could also be improved. I don't know if you have a dedicated sub, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that you don't have one. I think that if you high pass your mid basses and put a dedicated sub, you could reap a lot of benefits from that. I think that it would make the whole track sound a lot cleaner, and you could be a little bit more precise with how your sub is hitting, which I think would help with the way that you're moving your basses around. As for your third question, are the build-ups too boring or can I get away with it? I kind of agree with what Dino was saying earlier. Like, the build-ups themselves aren't bad. I do think that the place of your place of weakness in the build-ups is right at the transition point. And there are ways that you could improve that. You could do some high passing as you get to that point. You could do some width reduction. You could do some reverse hi-hats or crashes. You could do white noise risers, things like that. I think all of those things could benefit your buildups. But then also, because you have these long buildups, I would recommend going for longer drops as well, just because during the buildups, people aren't really going to be dancing very much. At least I personally don't dance a whole lot during buildups. So when you do get to that drop, that's like when people are finally like jumping up and down and really dancing. And in my humble opinion, you usually want those sections to be longer, or at least as long as the buildups, just because that's when people are really going to be getting that energy out. And I feel like that's like what you want to take it. You want that to be like the longer portion, or at least as long as like half of the song. My rule of thumb personally is like maybe 25 to 75. That's just how I usually do it. But, at least 50-50 is worth striving for, I would say. And yeah, I was talking percentages there. Sorry, I didn't really like say percentages, but yeah, like 50-50 I think is a good percentage amount. And yeah, no, I think the song is really cool. I think it's like a really great vibe, and I think the timbres that you're going for are good. They just need some clarity. And I think that, yeah, low mids are something that we should all be aware of and just be conscious of, right? Like, we can have low mid information, but just be conscious of it, be aware of its existence. See what happens if you remove low mids versus keeping them there. I think that at least testing that out will help you better understand the benefits and the downsides of low mids, because there are some good things, but more often than not, they're bad. So that's all I have to say. I think it was a great track, though. Keep flexing on it. I like the vibe. All right. On to who is next. Who could it be?
I believe it's Mr. Surge.
Oh. Well then.
The Ionic Surge. The latest member of the Anointed family, because he showed up to a flock flip and won it. And if you don't know, flock flips are held every Thursday and Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern. Be there or be a square wave.
Literally, though, congrats on the win, Surge. I'm excited to see what this song is all about.
Anyone else feel decimated right now?
God damn! Wow, that was cool.
Oh fuck. I'll bite, I guess. I feel like certain parts don't really fit well, and I didn't know what you meant until you got to the end. You were absolutely right. Certain parts do not fit well, which is a shame because the rest of it just fits. So, I mean, you had me fucking pistol fingering and everything. And yes, also, this guy uses GarageBand. What's your excuse, guys? Come on now. He uses Logic Light. Just anyway. How could I make the transitions better? Okay, well, in particular, in the last drop, you went from like a really interesting snare roll. And I'm assuming that was a sample, because it's just a basic snare roll. And then you go into that, and then you go the second snare roll in the fake out drop section. I think I said that right. It's not the right snare sample. In fact, maybe no snare sample there would be the move for that transition in particular. And maybe doing a sped up snare roll into that like sub build drop thing. I don't know the technical name for that technique. Maybe that's not the right move either. But maybe it is. I don't know. However, the drop into that final drop is super huge. I love it. I feel like it's derivative of the rest of the track while also still being fresh and new and original and its own thing. Like it could very well be another track, but it's not. It's in the same vein as that track. Like it's one of those things where that's a true derivative B section, and that's some good shit. And then as far as what doesn't fit, the high end at the end there, that end section, whatever that high synth was, it just doesn't work. There were some sour notes in there as well. I just don't think you were hitting the right note with those basses. But again, that's to taste. That's just my opinion, right? And so that would be my suggestions for the melodic arrangement. As far as like percussion and chords go, I think you nailed the just the dubstep drums in general, so that works. Something that stood out to me: cut sub under 30 hertz. You don't need that information. It's just get rid of it. It'll make your track sound so much better. And yeah, that's what I have to say about that. That's my comment on mixing and mastering. Just get rid of that ultra low end. It's unnecessary. The rest was a huge track, bro. And once again, guys, this guy uses GarageBand. What is your excuse? Like, if he can make this in like the iPad DAW, and we're over here, like, in, like the most extreme DAWs possible. Anyway,
Is it free?
Yeah, I love.
Is it free with
With the Mac, yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, I think it is.
It's crazy.
Well, it's not very free because you gotta pay the Mac.
Oh,
but
you
yeah.
gotta buy the MacBook. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could go next.
Word.
Yeah, super heavy song. Nailed the dubstep vibe for sure, no question. Okay, so feeling like pieces are not feeling very well and transition getting better. I felt like the first transition, something was off with the flow. The thing that I thought, I just reopened the song on my computer to listen again, but it felt like the drop was faster than I expected it to be. I was like, maybe there's even a BPM shift or something. It sounded pretty intense, and I think it comes down to the first downbeat in the sound. Like I would expect it to last longer, and I would update that flow. If you don't mind replaying it, maybe it's like a 53 seconds.
Wait, where?
Yes,
What was it?
50, 53, 50 seconds. I think this like nah womp 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 the transition into those two things for the first one needs to get worked a little bit. Like right now it's really like on the grid, and I think you need to have the first womp go longer, and the transition into the two to get somehow groovier, get the flow to go a little better in that front. So that was the first thing that I thought. Um, what else? I think like the second build up is screaming for like a last second switch up, like very typical dubstep thing. Like I imagine the first thing that came to mind was like a voice type knife party type thing. Like really just before the previews, the second drop something, yo guys, what the fuck, and dropping this kind of stuff, just because I don't know, this like end was screaming something like break out the tension, but it's not the drop yet, kind of feeling to me. And then what else? Mixing and mastering, I don't have much feedback, to be honest. It sounded pretty fucking loud and dubstep heavy. Yeah. Any suggestion for arrangement? Yeah, I guess we went to that, like just really like working on the flow of the first drop at the very beginning, I think would do a lot for the song. Because really there was something a little off-putting to me. Like I felt like we weren't following the previous thing. So yeah. Yeah, I think that's about it for what I had in my notes. Yes, it's me, Colin.
Nice. Yeah, I feel like the transition question is interesting. I feel like you could get away with getting a little bit more conservative with how many frequencies you're giving people. Like, I think you're giving them way too many high frequencies. Like, you could probably remove some of the high frequencies a little bit as you get closer to that, like, that zenith of the transition that goes into the drop. I think you could also maybe get rid of just more frequencies, like even mid-range or low frequencies, just kind of like removing information. So that way, when you do hit them with the drop, they're getting like everything all at once. I also think that I think the transitions were good, but I agree with what Raph was saying, especially with the kind of breaking the tension of the fake out, I think is what you were talking about with the vocal. I feel like, yeah, you got to like really let people know like something is going to change here. And I think that vocals do a good job at doing it, because like you could say whatever you want or even record yourself saying something. That's always fun. But yeah, like I think that it's a good way to like really hype up this moment without like obviously it being the drop, because like, you know, it's not the drop yet. So I think that that's like a fun way to do it. I totally agree with Raph there. And I think that when it comes to the mixing and mastering, the biggest thing that I always kind of flex this opinion, I think that a dedicated sub would really flex on this track. I don't know if you have one or not, but I feel like there's just this lack of oomph in the lowest of low end, like the sub region. And I assume that it's because you're doing this all within one patch on whatever synth you're using. I think that it would be worth either duplicating the synth or adding the sub oscillator in the synth, or in best situations, just creating an entirely separate sub instrument with like a sine wave or something like that. Just because, like, I mean, it's so good. The mids are good. The high frequencies are good. But if you just had a little bit more sub information there, I think it would just absolutely blast people. And I think that that's kind of what you want with this style of music. I think a good reference as well would be Gallium. This has like really strong Gallium energy, which is really cool to hear. He's like a really fun artist that makes like dubstep, that I think would have like a good mix reference for you. As for the arrangement, I think the arrangement sounds really, really, really good. I think that the sound design is crazy. Like, this is like, yeah, Knife Party is a good like reference as well. Like, it has that energy. Like, it's just like that classic dubstep, really heavy, really hard. I think that the theme of it is really cool too. Like, the picture works really well. So yeah, no, I think arrangement wise, you pretty much nailed it. I guess like the big thing that Dino was talking about at the end here was the synth. I kind of agree. The synth doesn't really feel right. I think if you either tease that synth a little bit more in the beginning, or maybe make it something a little bit more organic and like lead into that more, like like a violin or strings or maybe even choir-y stuff, like something a little bit more organic might be able to flex a little bit better and fight less with the general theme of the song. But yeah, overall, really inspiring stuff, my guy. I think that the bro step, epic, dubstep, all these tags, Surge Ionic, of course, all these tags are perfect. So good job, dude. And yeah, on to the next one. Who do we have next? Oh, Yergy mateys. Time to hoist the colors.
King and his men stole the queen from her bed and bound her in her bones. The seas beyond say by the Mars, where we will roam.
Wow.
That was crazy.
He hoisted the colors, lads, didn't he?
Yeah, I've got things to say about this one.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna go first so I can use the restroom actually.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I feel like your first question, so transition from the cinematic vocal to the electronic elements, I think was really great. I didn't really notice like anything feel like too, out of nowhere. I think that you actually did a really good job at kind of like going into that whole vibe. So yeah, transition there was really smooth. Is the mixer and the drop good enough for you to hear both the melodic elements and sound design? So yeah, I feel like this track is a little bit, this is kind of the opposite of the last track. I feel like the sub is kind of a little bit too loud. It kind of sounds like it's like taking over the whole mix a little bit. And I think it's taking energy away from like the mid bass sound design that you have, as well as like, the melodic stuff that you have going on during the drop. And I think that it makes the drop mix feel a little bit muddy, but I don't know if that's just because the sub is too loud or there may also be some clashing between those other elements that you had. I think the vocals are nice, but when it comes to like the violins and things like that, I think you could probably get rid of a little bit more low mid information for mainly the mid basses, those like cool little timbral things that you have going on that are mid bass related. I feel like those are clashing with like the strings and things like that. And that's probably because of the low mid information or the mid range information. When it comes to the Okay, so the mix on a span at the end of the master does not follow the equal loudness contour, but does that really matter if it sounds good? I mean, so right, I think that you're almost there, and I think that span does an okay job. The problem is that span by default doesn't really update like fast enough to really give you like the best setting. Now I don't know if you've changed that, but you can like the way that it updates by default is kind of slow. So like even if your non-momentary loudness is looking good, I feel like your momentary loudness for things like drums or like shorter kind of instruments isn't really displayed in like the best way. And I feel like what really matters is your LUFS and your bass to everything else, like mid-range, high-end kind of balance. And I feel like that balance is slightly more bass than the highs. And I feel like if you did a little bit more high-end / mid boosting, it would benefit. I guess you could also lower the sub as well, but I think the sub is actually like it's kind of at a good level. You might be able to bring it down a little bit, but it's really just that mid-range, like, and you can even see it here. Like the mid-range is there, but it feels like it's not because the sub is so loud. And I feel like the kick is nice, but it's also a little bit loud. I don't know if that's because the sidechain isn't as aggressive as it could be, but it could also just be that there's a lot of stuff happening at once. But yeah, no, I think all in all, it's good. It just sounds a little bit muddy, and I think it's because the sub is too loud, and I think it's also because there's just a lot of mid-range information and low-mid information throughout your instruments that you've been using. But other than that, I think that the arrangement's really cool. The whole vibe you've got going is really cool. I love like the pirate, like EDM pirate D&B thing is going crazy. Yeah, I think that this is a vibe that you should keep pursuing because it's fun. But anyway, I'll let the rest of the gang take it away. I'm gonna go use the restroom.
Raph, do you want to comment on this?
Okay, yeah. I would say it's really cool sound. I really like the way you start from these vocals, brings them like down on pitch and then higher and higher till the drop. Yeah, super cool work. I really like it. The transition, I have thoughts about that because like I really liked the whole transition, but I feel like you edged me. Like you played some notes during your build up to your drop that were not the same as the one in your drop, and that really like somehow that made me want to hear the one that was in the intro in the drop, if you know what I mean. So yeah, maybe something like to think about. My expectations were not the drop I was given kind of thing, and that's kind of a weird feeling. And about the drop itself, I feel like I need more dynamics. Like the whole thing is just on 100% of the time. There's a million elements playing all at once. I feel like I would want some pockets of space, and maybe I don't know, yeah, placing them in a stage instead of having. I feel like they're all in my face at the exact same time, and I have a hard time like hearing the vocals and things like that. I'm sure like you could just playing with volume like increase a lot the clarity of the drop in terms of mix, or maybe that's just the mastering and you pushed your limiter too hard. I don't know, it's hard to tell from just like listening like that on SoundCloud, but yeah, I would imagine like have things a little more find their spot rather than like being all at once, as it felt. What else? Yeah, I don't know what this last question means, so I'll leave that up to everyone else. But super cool vibe. Another thing I wanted to say, I guess, I feel like there's not enough repetition in the drop. I feel like I have a hard time understanding where you're going because of that. And yeah, I'm not sure what the arrangement looks like exactly, but it feels like you could use a little more ABAC type structures than like constant changement in that song, especially in the beginning of the drop, I feel. And yeah, super cool work. And yeah, I'll leave it up to Dino.
Hello. Ahoy there, pirate. Like I posted in the chat, I like how it goes from song to sausage. And then when it becomes a sausage, it's a little bit too much sausage. But I think the boys have already addressed that quite a bit enough already with that. How is the transition from the cinematic vocal to the electronic elements? You're talking about like the transition from the thing to the thing? I feel like the beginning part is cohesive, it's very song-like, and then the second section is a drum and bass song with like some pirate samples thrown on there. It does not feel cohesive in that sense, I think. Is the mix during the drop good enough for you to hear both the melodic elements and the sound design? I hear everything during the drop. I hear everything loudly. I hear, yeah. I feel like you could probably, and this was said before, you could cut the bass down a little, and then you would get like a lot more dynamic and like give some space. Because out of these headphones where it's just like one cone moving and there's not like a crossover set, and this could sound completely different on like studio monitors. I don't know. I don't listen to the Fiefs on my studio monitors. But yeah, that's I think Brad probably covered everything that I would have said about that pretty well. As far as the equal loudness contour, does that really matter if it sounds good? No, because the equal loudness contour, from what I understand, is like an averaging of like user submitted polls as to like frequencies that sound the same or some shit, like the levels or something. So if the levels are okay to you, then they're okay to you. However, I would argue that the levels are not necessarily okay on this track. So there's always that to consider. That being said, I love the pirate vibe still, always. Definitely lean into that more because you're able to like blend those things seamlessly. I just feel like you maybe could have like if you're not going to be able to incorporate a sound like organically as a part of the track, then use it as a fill or like a break point, if that makes sense. That's a good way to do it. Completely different genre, but if you're looking to do this kind of thing like on the regular, reference Dragonborn by Headhunters. It's a really good Skyrim remix. It is hardstyle track, but it's the same cinematic chanty, like it's a good track, and it's definitely like super EDM. And that could probably give you a good idea. But yeah, I definitely love the drum and bass. As you saw, I was head bobbing, I was head knocking. But yeah, Dragonborn by Headhunters will show you how to get like that really nasty will still clean kind of sound, and it should be like at a level of loudness that, even though I think that song is from 2000 and it either came out when Skyrim came out, so 2011, or it came out a little bit after, so 2012. But it's a loud track that still maintains that like that separation. But anyway, I like hearing your pirate stuff. It's very piratey. But, and this is just a side note, you know, if you're gonna name a song "Hoist the Colors," shouldn't there maybe be like some color stuff in there? I mean, I'm not really a color guy too much, but yeah, it's Dragonborn by Headhunters. Headhunters with a Z, because of course, fucking Dutch people. But anyway, yeah, enjoyed it. Try throwing a little bit of spectral elements though to keep the color theme going, I guess. Yeah, I don't like color either. So it's just an idea. Anyway, yeah, that's what I got on that one. Are we ready to move on to the next one, boys?
Yeah, I think so. I just wanted to point out, yeah, I'm glad that you thought of a reference track because I was like, the I didn't know what would work, but I think that that one is actually a very good reference idea for this style. Because yeah, like having a reference, I think is very helpful for like finding your like grounding element. Because like I don't know, even at times I have definitely pushed things in the wrong way because I didn't have something that I could look at or in this case listen to like be like, oh, you know what? This is too loud in this frequency range because this person that I really love that makes this style of music that's close to mine isn't making it that loud, or vice versa. So, yeah, that's a good reference, Dino. Big brain in it. Big brain in it, faux show. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's Sofa King. Let's get it.
And we're gonna watch a porno, and that's a really small. It makes me feel randy. It's a really small porno, and we're gonna watch the porno of Satan. That's a really small cock, a small cock, a small cock. It makes me feel randy. It's a really small cock, the porno of Satan. We're gonna watch the porno of Satan. That's a really small cock, a small cock, a small cock, a small cock. It makes me feel randy. It's a really small cock. We're going to stop. We're going to stop. We're going to stop. We're going to stop. We're going to watch porno with Satan. We're going to watch porno with Satan. Porno with Satan. Porno, and we're gonna watch a porno, and that's a really small. It makes me feel randy. It's a really small porno. And we're gonna watch the porno of Satan. That's a really small cock, a small cock, a small cock, a small cock. It makes me feel randy. It's a really small cock, a porno of Satan. We're gonna watch the porno of Satan. That's a really small cock, a small cock, a small cock, a small cock. It makes me feel randy. It's a really small cock. We're going to stop. We're going to stop. We're going to watch porno with Satan.
All right, I'll crack us off. Okay. Does this make me feel randy? Absolutely not, because the track you gave us last week was like really nice, and this is not. Gave me a good chuckle though. What category of porno do you think they are watching? I don't know. Something awful, probably.
Something Satan
point of
related
view.
for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Some
Oh,
fucked up
Satan
shit
and Saddam Hussein, bigger, longer, and uncut, of course.
happening.
Anyway, point of view, this is your song. How are you getting it ready for release? I'm not getting it ready for release. Okay, on the real, I'm getting rid of the vocals, because there's a lot of cool sound design in here. And there's some good stuff. About halfway through where we have those dips in the sausage, I feel like you could do that once and then go back into the consistent beat, but doing it over and over again is like too many times, and it takes away from like the overall flow of the track. You are calling it the weirdest song of the night. Unfortunately, sir, we just listened to a pirate drum and bass song, so I think I think you might be beat on that. That doesn't mean next week take it even further. That doesn't mean next week take it even further. That just means that maybe go back to what you gave us last week because that was really nice. That being said, sound design killer nuts. Just the way that you're able to like blow. So there's been a lot of blown up tracks tonight, right? But I feel like this is blown up in the right way. Like this is distortion from the evil deceiver himself, right? You could even call it deceiver distortion, or I don't know. I can't think of a good play on words there.
Distortion.
But this
You just call it distortion. Distortion.
it's distortion, yeah. But no, this is like just give us from that middle sausage, like anywhere. All right, I want everyone to look at the waveform when it plays. You get big hump and then big dip and then smaller big hump and then smaller big dip and then it just goes up the harmonic series. That's how the distortion should look, in my opinion. Right?
I'm. Oh wait, I don't want to interrupt you. Did you
No,
have
no,
anything
go
else you
ahead.
wanna say? I feel like
I'm done.
I feel like the kick is like a little bit.
Oh, there's a lot of kick,
A
yeah, for
little
sure.
bit. It's like the one thing out of the whole entire arrangement that I feel like was not the vibe was the kick because it's so aggressively loud in a not so pleasant way. Like because it happens so often and because it's a very full sounding kick, I feel like you could benefit from just not getting it to be so loud. Like comparing it with the sub.
We're going to stop, we're gonna watch. We're going to stop, we're gonna watch.
Like that part, for example, like you could just not have it be that loud. I would say even get rid of like most of the frequencies during parts where you're like just like kick, because it's like you know what I mean? It's like a little bit too much. But apart from that, I think actually everything else was mixed pretty well. I agree with Dino on everything except that kick. That kick was a little bit not Randy. But I will say I got a massive chuckle out of this one. I thought it was funny. I think that if you went a different route though, you could make it like a banger. And obviously the route that I would take is like you go to the page in the book and it's like, do you want to use porn vocals? Yes or no? And then you got like 2 numbers next to it. I would go the no route, and you'd probably get to the ending where there's like a pot of gold and some like, some Lucky Charms or something, versus like the end that you took here was one that I would say doesn't have a pot of gold, but instead has a lot of like devil worshipping gooners. So just, those are your choices. But anyway, other than that, I do think that it was a fun track. Just that kick was just, that was mean, dude. That was not called for. Anyway, take it away, Raph. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely a fun track for sure. I'll give you my vote for the weirdest song of the night. I feel like you really nailed the vibe that you described in that title. A Porno with Satan for real. That's the fucking song, man. That's what's going on. I felt, all the Satan vibes, the whole fucking track. So, yeah, I don't know about Randy, to be honest. Agreed, the kick was very loud, and I feel like there's too much repetition. Like, it's a 3-minute songs. We could trim the blocks out of here that I'll just repeat it for one time too long kind of thing, I feel. So, I would either make more variations or make the track shorter, probably. What kind of porn they're watching? I imagine like animated stuff like Rick and Morty intergalactic TV episodes, kind of thing. But the porno channel, that's what they're watching right now. And yeah, getting it ready for release. lots more variation, I would say. But yeah, nailed the vibe, man.
Thank you,
Oh,
Sofa
God.
King. Thank you for your laughs.
If I'm not mistaken, the next guy doesn't have any questions, or maybe he found some questions. Let's see.
Let me do some reconnaissance. You know, like a detective, some inspector.
Let's see. Let's see. No questions on the SoundCloud. And
No questions, no feedback.
oh, he's got a question on feedback.
Oh no!
He just says he doesn't know what to ask feedback for.
Oh
I guess
no!
I just want to know, how do I make the high end crispy? I am the first drop, like how it is in the second. Oh, in the first drop, like how it is in the second. Okay, he wants to know how to make it crispy.
All right.
Well, I can tell you how to do that without even listening to it. Just do whatever you did in the second drop to the first drop. Problem solved. But let's listen to it.
All right. Apparently, it's good enough, but I will be the judge. I'm
Oh
sure
no
you
no
all
no
agree.
no 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 no! That's not it.
That's not it. Wait, what's it? Am I missing? Oh, people be editing their links. People be editing their links. All right. I'm pretty bad at this whole editing link thing. All right. Here we go. Wannabe. Well, that was some tear out
Yeah.
or heavy dubstep, even. You could say. Who wants to go
It wasn't.
first?
It wasn't awful like most tear out is. In fact, I actually think it was quite good. I guess I'll Raph, you got the microphone up. Go ahead, Raph.
All right. So not many questions, right? So I guess I'll improvise on that one. What to say about this? Terrat is not necessarily my favorite, but one thing I would say is like the intro confused me a lot. The flow of the intro is very confusing. I was much more comfortable once the drops arrived, but like the intro, I don't know. I feel like you need a little more repetition for people to enter the flow where you get your head bobbing, and at this point a little bit of confusion can be fun, but like it felt too long for me. I'm listening. Yeah, I feel like your song is lacking of face. Like there is a lot of, I don't know, there's a lot of things, but there's not like one element that stands out that gives your song identity. I hear like I'm hit by a wall of bass, which is sounds pretty fucking cool, but I think like there would be some distinctive thing could like bring the song to a different vibe to me. But yeah, the crispy end, I don't really know. It sounds like you're using different synth, maybe introduce some other element in the first drop, and yeah. Other than that, in mix and mastering, I feel like it's a little too harsh. I mean, I'm sure you're going for some harshness, but probably could, avoid some of this like extreme harshness all the time. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is that it, Raph?
I guess so. I mean, it was very intense, very, very tear it out. Like, if you wanted to tear it out, you did tear it out. Like, fuck yeah, man. Yeah.
All right. I guess I'll go. So I'm not picking up where you're talking about a high-end crispy in the first drop, like how it is in the second drop. I'm not. The only real perceptible difference that I'm picking up in the second drop is that you have some sort of melodic elements sitting on top. I'm not feeling that disconnect there, how they're any different really. That being said, it was not bad. There's like, I normally just want to take off my headphones and walk away when a tear out track comes on, but this was not too crazy. I agree with Raph. The build into the drop was kind of strange, but then once the drop got going and you actually had like a rhythm going, that was pretty okay. Can we get just like 5 seconds of the first drop and the second drop? So in the first drop, you actually had melodic changes. It was nice. Now, if you're trying to add some sizzle, especially because it says tear out, I imagine you're hitting, for the most part, the same note over and over again. And something you can do to add sizzle on top of anything is you can either layer in some white noise, which don't do that because that will make this screeching and loud. Or you can put on a ring mod and then set the frequency of the ring mod to a multiplicative of the fundamental that you are hitting. So somewhere higher up in the harmonic series. And that will just add like a ringing into it. And that will also make it screechy and loud, which I think is what you're trying to go for with a crispy high end. But definitely like a little bit of like some white noise that's gated in with the hit could work. And then you could also do a series of like notch filters or band pass peaks to try and kind of like tune the white noise to whatever notes you want to hit in a way, and just have that, or like a comb filtered white noise, and just have that like eased in and out with the hits of your bass, and that would add definitely crisp. It's basically like free distortion, I guess you could say, or fake distortion. So that's one way you could do it. I don't think this track needs any more high end crisp. But you asked the question, so I'll answer it. That's how I would do it if it was me. And so yeah, that was your question. As far as things that stand out to me, because I mean the melodic section at the end, like, what purpose is it serving if you can barely hear it? Like, it's not really adding anything to the track. It's kind of just like something that's playing at the same time as the rest of the track. I don't know that it works. Maybe if you had it as like an A/B call and response kind of thing, that could work. And also, like Raph was saying, if you do like a call and response, like motif call and then super tear out response, like that could be cool. And you could have it be like a 1/7 setup where you have like one block, so I guess 2 beats of a call and then 6 beats of a response. Like, I guess that'd be a 1/3. Or you could have like 2 beats of a call and then 14 beats of a response. Like, that could work too. And I guess it would be 1 beat of a call, because in tear out, like, kick is 1 beat, snares a second beat, kick is another beat, snares another beat. So it's timing is a little weird. confusing with the tear out stuff. But anyway, I didn't hate it, so I think that's a step in the right direction as far as tear out goes. But yeah, to get that high end sizzle, just a little bit more intricate sound design, a little more processing, do some parallel processing, do some like phase cancel processing where I don't know if you're using Ableton, or you can do it in FL too, but basically you make a chain or like a patch or something, and then you run it through, and you affect one, and then you phase cancel it so that you only get the effect, so that you only get the wet signal, and then you layer that back on top of the original signal. And that way you can kind of control it a little more. But yeah, that's what I had to say about that. Mr. Magnet,
Yeah, I mean,
you want to bless us with your knowledge of how to make the high end crispy in the first drop like it is in the second?
I feel like this is a difficult question because it's so slammed, and I feel like it's slammed in not the most intentional of ways. It's so close. Like, what sucks is, like, this is actually so close to being an absolute, like, banging banger.
Banger. Filthy track. Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Like, I don't know if, Churn, I don't know if you've ever referenced before, but if you have referenced, or I would recommend referencing more when you're doing your final mixdowns, especially if you're clipping and doing all of the fun stuff that we do to make things loud. Because, yeah, I think that you're fatigued by the point that you have gotten to with this song, and you're not realizing how painful the certain frequencies that you're hitting are, because like there's a lot of artists out there that make really like banging heavy dubstep like this, but they don't let it get to the point where it's like so harsh that it is unlistenable. I would say right now this is not listenable on a big system. You might even like hurt some people playing this on like a bigger system, but there are artists who are able to like do it, and I would just reference them. Like one of my favorites, which like the arrangement of this literally sounds identical to like a Joe B track, but the mix down is what's different. That's why this is like so close to being absolutely nuts. And like, let me just play, let me play a small section of this one track. Just make sure it's not too loud for everybody on the stream, because I love you guys. Okay. Like, you can see how they're obviously not giving a fuck, but you feel how there's this sense of clarity in their mix. Now let's just do a quick A/B. See like how the low end and the mid range are less defined in your track. I feel like if you can get your sub and your mid range to feel extra clean, you will have the recipe for just cranking out banger after banger after banger after banger, which is crazy, dude. Like, congrats. Honestly, this guy is on to the right path. I just feel like he needs to reference more and really get like the frequency amounts in each direction just right, and he'll probably just be able to crank out just an infinite number of bangers, which is really cool. So yeah, no, I think when it comes to your question, I think you're looking at the wrong thing. I feel like none of that really matters, because like you're already able to get everything the way that you want it when it comes to the arrangement. I would focus really hard, if I was you, on your mixing and mastering at this point. Because I personally, I assume based on what the other gang members were saying here, like I personally don't notice any difference at all between the two sections that is like referring to what it is that you're talking about, which means
there's basically no difference in the high end. Yeah.
Right. And because of that, no, yeah, you're spot on. And because of that, I would not even worry about that. If that was something you were concerned about, I would just stop concerning yourself about that. And I would really focus on getting your mastered mix exactly the way that either Joe B gets it, or just reference some of your favorite artists. I just feel like Joe B does like that perfect job of slamming the absolute shit out of tracks, but doing it in such a way where it's pleasant to the ears, because in this I feel like there's so much harshness for so long that it hurts, versus in the Joby tracks you'll notice he definitely does the exact same level of harshness that you have here, maybe even a little bit more, but it's all transient. It's all very short duration, kind of back and forth between that feeling and that level of harshness, and like breaks where there's almost nothing, like almost silence at times in between each hit of stuff. So yeah, definitely keep flexing, because I think that this is like a cool vibe that I personally enjoy. Just needs a little bit of refinement on the mixing angle. But anyway, that's all I have to say, because yeah, I can't answer this question.
I had made another note. Cut the subs. Cut everything below 30, 35 hertz. That's just something I'd written in there. It should just be a rule of thumb for everyone. You should do 4x brick wall at like 33, 35 hertz, just depending on what your bottom note is. You don't need that low end information. It just messes up.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, you're spot on.
Go ahead.
On tracks like these, so because Tear Out is Tear Out, heavy dubstep, rhythm, like a lot of these styles of music are like this. I've learned that you should not really care about the way that the track is digitally working within your DAW and or outside of the DAW, meaning I wouldn't worry about limiting. I wouldn't worry about a ceiling. I wouldn't worry about clipping something to the point where you have like a limit. I would literally push it until it sounds good, and then make sure that it translates outside of the DAW, and then you're fine. Like, I noticed that a lot of Joby tracks are literally like over 0 dB constantly. Like, they're constantly over 0 dB. So like the 0 dB thing doesn't even really matter. Like, I wouldn't even put a limiter on your master fader. I wouldn't even like, I would just make sure all of your individual buses are clipped, and then, you know, see what happens, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Because not all music is like that. And some music, like a lot of bass music, especially the cleanly kind of genres, like even glitch hop is what I'm trying to say there, or bass hop, or things like that. There's always this cleanliness where they care about that. But I've noticed that Tear Out and rhythm artists and things like that, they don't care about that. So I would say you should probably do the same and not care about that, given that you probably aren't already, but I'm just making sure you know that. Like, just don't worry about the process by which you get your thing loud. Just worry about, does it sound equally timbrally loud to like some of the other people that are out there doing this, because I think that you're like really, really close, which is nuts. I haven't really seen anyone that has gotten this close. That's why I'm quite impressed. So yeah, keep flexing. You may be a wannabe now, but not for long.
Yeah.
All right, next up we got OG.
So this person has asked us to refresh the page.
Oh. I see why.
Oh, wait, no, you missed one again.
What?
Yeah.
All these people editing their posts. I'm sorry, I see it. All right. Here we go. Funky mix.
Damn.
All right, go ahead, Raph. This is your wheelhouse, sir. This is exactly why we brought you
Yeah.
on tonight.
For
I
real.
don't know. I haven't read the question yet though. But
Fair- fair enough.
definitely love the Grizz Floozies type influence. It sounded pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know if it's your kick. Maybe I was wondering if your kick be why we're not getting good enough hit, but I don't know. It doesn't shock me. I think it hits pretty well. Maybe if you had just enough sub on that hit, you would get the hump you're looking for. Um, yeah, I don't know. The bass wasn't muddy. I feel like the groove sometimes wasn't like always super clear, and so again, I would like recommend maybe a tiny bit more of repetition. But yeah, I guess it sounded pretty good to me. Too many kicks. I don't know. I didn't realize. I mean, I didn't read your question right before listening to the song, and so that didn't strike me at all. Sounded pretty cool, and two stereo. I don't. I don't recall that. I think it sounded pretty good. I really like the mix of instruments, and yeah, I would probably work double down on like other effects again, like more reverbs and stuff in the build up to make it feel like it's growing and then it drops. Maybe that's part of what you could be missing. Other than that, really like cool stuff. I wish there was a little more of the last drop.
Alrighty, I'll bite. I feel like the impact of the downbeat of the drop is not hard enough. There's a low horn, a high horn, a kick, a crash, and a wub wub bass. I feel like that part's fine, but like as Raph said, if you had a little more sub bass or just a sub bass at all, that might work things out a little. And since you, by your own admission, said that there is no dedicated sub, always do a dedicated sub. Are some of the basses too stereo? Yes, absolutely. At some point, and I'm guilty of this too. I do stereo basses all the time, but I also make sure that I high pass them and then put a dedicated sub under them, because you don't want to have any stereo information in the sub for the most part. It'll get some to mono on a system, anyways, but then in the creative process of making it, you don't know whether or not that's going to translate well when it sums to mono, because it could end up just like phase canceling itself into nothingness when it gets summed in. That being said, a great variety of sounds, like Raph had said. Are there too many kicks? I didn't pick that up. I feel like the track gets busy. It is busy, but I feel like this is a busy genre, especially like this glitch hop feel. Are the soundbite end of measure record scratch things too much? I didn't pick that up, so no, I wouldn't say so. I feel like the wub bass and the low bass are competing for low end. This is causing the effect of every time we turn the bass parts to get muddy, but still no more impact that I want. So to build impact, especially in something like glitch hop, like you just need like a nice chunky kick and a very tight side chain into a very like clean and pristine sub bass. And that will give you the oomph and the impact that you're looking for, I think. Yeah, Poyo's asking to hear the drop one more time. Can we hear the drop one more time, actually?
Like this.
Yeah. I can see what he's saying about the impact, or what they're saying about the impact with the horn not being there. Yeah, layer that horn with like a huge kick or something, like a big subby 808 possibly would be the right move. In fact, actually, I think an 808, like a tightened 808 for your kick in this track, could probably be the move forward to get some of that on your kick back. I really like this track though. I really like this genre. It's like Raph said, it reminds me of like Grizz Floozies, like 2014 to 2016 glitch hop, before glitch hop just like fell off and died. But yeah, sick track, dude. I like it a lot. I want to see more of your music in the future here, because I definitely enjoyed this.
Yeah, no, I mean, I completely agree. I feel like another good reference would be Spoonbill. Spoonbill kind of has this
Yeah,
vibe as
Spoonbill,
well.
yeah.
I feel like so when it comes to like the impact of the drop, sometimes it's not about the drop itself, which you might be focused on is like that first downbeat of the drop. It's really all about how you like set up for that moment. So like Raph was saying, like adding more reverb or getting rid of frequencies before the drop or doing some level of like modulation or automation towards that moment and then kind of opening up at that moment or like with the reverb, for example, like getting rid of all the reverb and making it really dry or things like that. Just that really stark, quick, like on and off sort of feeling of transition from before to after can be really helpful for the transitions. Because I feel like it's a really good like it's a good transition. It just needs to have like either less information before it or more reverb, or I always feel like less information is better because then when you give them all the information it's like whoa. But there's a lot of ways to do transitions, but yeah, I think that you could benefit from a little bit more of like a setup for this moment. I feel like the wub wub bass and the low bass are competing for the low end. This is causing the effect of every time I turn up the bass parts, it gets muddy and there's still no more impact. Okay, so the big thing is, as they were suggesting earlier, both Dino and Raph, I think, discussed how like having like a sub would be really good, like especially a dedicated sub, I think would really benefit this song. It sounds good timbrally, it sounds good. I think the levels as well of the mid basses is pretty good. It's just that there's no like oomph to it, and I think that if you high pass them and added a dedicated sub or even like an 808 like a Dino was saying, like anything that has like just real sub frequencies and that's all it's doing would benefit this track, I think, because it's so close. Like even that like I'm expecting like real deep sub there, like and it's just not really felt. So yeah, dedicated sub I think would really help a lot. And then this problem probably won't exist anymore, is basically the way that I think about it. Are there too many kicks? I didn't think that there were too many kicks. There's a couple moments where I'm thinking there's like a few too many, but it kind of works within the genre. I think that if you are worried about that, you could make your kicks a little bit tighter. Like that, like I think, but they sound pretty good, right? Maybe you can make them a bit swingier, like do 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 do, instead of having them all go do 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 do. You could do like do 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 do, and then like drop into like the next section there. And yeah, I think that the basses are too stereo. I did notice a couple times where like there was this weird panning thing happening left on some of them. Like, you can hear right there, right? There's like tons of stuff over here and like nothing.
Yeah,
over here.
it definitely goes side to side a lot.
Yeah, I would try and avoid that, in especially like the low mids and bass area. And that's where having the dedicated sub can help, because you could have like all of that stereo wideness happening in the mid range and the high end, and then have that stereo sub kind of like carry that low frequency area. But yeah, another thing you can try is just high pass the sides. So if you have Ableton, you can just set it to mid side mode and high pass the sides that way. If you have Pro Q, you can just high pass the sides by switching the high pass to only affect the sides. There's a couple of other ways you could do it. I don't know what DAW you're in, but yeah, those are just two quick ways to high pass them. And wait, what were you saying, Raph?
Never mind. I'm just making conversations because, yeah, I think I used the same sample in a different song as well.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, word. Which is not always a good thing to hear. That's not always what you want to hear.
I mean, yeah, we probably just got it from Splice, and it's totally fine. I think it's fine.
Well, luckily, I have not heard it. So, yeah, I think it's a really good song. I think, yeah, just reference more people that make this music. I think Spoonbill would be a great reference for this. But yeah, I think you have like all of the elements that you need to really carry the song. I think that just pushing it to like those like expert level stages just involves adding a few more elements, like transition elements as well as the dedicated sub. But yeah, all in all, I think it's a really fun track. And like Dino was saying, yeah, I'm excited to hear more from you because this is a really fun vibe that I think a lot of people can get down with. So
For sure. Please bring the vibes.
heck yeah. All right. Now am I on the right track? All right, hang on, let me just make sure.
Yes, you are.
Okay, cool. So we got OG, and he's got his questions here. So yeah, nice. All right, good enough. We'll see.
That was cool.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a good vibe. I think it was like very atmospheric. I guess you guys mind if I kick us off?
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead.
All right, so the question that you first asked was, how is it? For your first time, I think it was pretty good. I think you did nail the theme of entering an ambient space. I think that you did pretty good with all the reverb, except for maybe on the vocals. I think the vocals could have been a little bit more forward and a little bit more present. Maybe just have the reverb be the same level, but bring the dry vocal up a little bit. So, you could always just like turn up the vocal, like the sample itself, and then reduce the mix a little bit or something along those lines. Because the reverb sounds like it's at a good level. It's just that I can't understand what the vocal is saying, which I think is a problem. The second question, how do you make the drums less punchy? So the big thing with punchy drums is a lot of that punch comes from how transient, like aggressive it is, and then how much high end frequency there is in it. So you could probably low pass it a little bit to get rid of some of the forwardness, And you could also try using a transient shaper, like Kilohertz makes a free one that's really good. And you could try and reduce the amount of transients or the level of the transients, and that would make it a lot less punchy. You can also do stuff like throw like vinyl emulation stuff, like RC20 or things like that. I found that can also help. But that's more or less the reason why that still sounds like it's getting rid of energy is because of the band passing or low passing of it. So yeah, definitely mess with like filtering of the drums. And as for the vocal chops, I think the vocal chops sounded really good. I think that I liked them a lot. So yeah, I think a reference for this style of music is like anything with the artist Vila. Like I think that there's like some Dodge and Fusky tracks that she's on. There's like a bunch of like older D&B, like liquid D&B that she's on. I think that would be like a good reference because I feel like the style of vocal here is very similar. But yeah, no, I think in general I was really happy with it. It's just that it feels a little bit too reverby on the vocals. Like I think the vocals should be a little bit more forward. But yeah, other than that, I thought it was great. Yeah, what do you guys think?
Go ahead, Raph.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was a really cool vibe. It worked out together. The sound selection sounds really good. About the style, well, yeah, the vibe is good. Yeah, I agree with like bringing the vocals a little forward. But overall, I think it was good. I liked your transitions. Like they were not exact. They were expected, but not. They were where I expected them, which is not where I think they would be in most tracks. And so that was a good sign. I was like, okay, that's a great way to like pick it up mid sentence or stuff like that, picking up the drum and bass drums and stuff like that. I think that was cool. And yeah, drums less punchy. I mean, yeah, filters, EQ. Look at the spectrum with your drums and try to see if there is like a piercing piece specifically that you could tweak and then see if that makes it better for you. Generally, just like grabbing a bell and like bringing it down at the for the highs could help if that's how you feel about it. Didn't strike me so much. It's like too punchy personally, but yeah. Vocal chops. I liked the vocals at the beginning and at the end. In the middle though, I feel like you could there is like some repeating vocal with like a bunch of effects on it, and I feel like that you could chop. You could probably like make it more rhythmic than what it is. I don't have it in mind right now, but like yeah, the sound that's like in the middle with the vocals that sounds like it's echoing or delaying and like something like that. Yeah, I think that you could chop and make it a little more rhythmic to drive the beat a little more. But yeah, otherwise, cool job. Yeah, that was a cool song.
Hello, my name is Dino, also known as Large Father, and I too make ambient music from time to time. Don't believe what I played earlier tonight. That's not usually my wheelhouse. That being said, this is my first time with a more ambient style. How is it? Really good. I have a motif stuck in my head, the do do do, the high pitched descending melody that you had going is still kind of in my head, so that's good. But also at the same time, like there were some things that stuck out to me. The raising pitch on the Hoover Reese sub, I don't think is the right vibe for ambient. But that's it. I mean, if that's how you want it to be, then that's okay. The vocal chops, the sustained vocal, like the lyricism was good. When it actually got into the choppy stuff, that was kind of like outside of the realm of ambient, I think. Usually with ambient, you want to do like a lot of like reverbed and delayed kind of vocal chops. Like you have like a chop and then it'll like delay a bunch, and that will be your chops, not like multiple chops. How do I make the drums less punchy but still hit, if that makes sense? That's a great question. This has been the subject of debate between many ambient artists for a long time. Usually one way, I don't know if you're using FL or Ableton, but a good way to do it is to transient shape the drums down to where they're as tight as possible, low pass them, and then still sidechain your track to those clicks, like the kick and the snare. And when you do that, you still have like the transient hits, And so you would want to use like a sidechain click input. You wouldn't sidechain it to the actual drum track because you have a whole bunch of like double kicks and that kind of stuff. And as we've discussed multiple times tonight, and even on my own track, like when you have multiple kicks and you run that through a sidechain where it's like responding to the waveform, the sidechain is like actual sidechain compression based off the waveform that's being input, then you lose a lot of the stuff, and you don't want that with this kind of music. You just want that steady, like first hit sidechains a little, and then the next hit sidechains a little. And because it's so tight, you don't have to worry about like bass frequencies clashing because there are no bass frequencies. So that's how it still hits. It affects the rest of the track, but it's not as punchy because it doesn't have that like lower mid or low end in it at all anymore. So yeah, that's one way to do that. I very much enjoyed this. It is a very interesting track. Just a few things. If you could play just any part of this middle section there, that's good. Thank you. That's good. Ambient does not mean no bass. And now I've said this a bunch of times tonight, okay? And I know I've said it's gospel that you cut the low end, okay? You do not have to do that with ambient. Okay, with ambient stuff, if you have a little bit of low end buildup, that's okay, because the low end is usually a lot lower. However, you still do want to see a defined fundamental in the low end, because that's what you're gonna like build everything else on top of, right? And so I'd like to hear a little more of a defined bass, and you do have that pitch rising like Hoover Reese, and that's okay. But usually just like a clean sine wave. And if you are gonna pitch raise like that, you should pitch raise all of the elements on top of it. Everything should be responding to what the bass is doing. It should all feel layered on top of it, like or like responding in ripples to it, if that makes sense. Or at least when I make this kind of like liquid ambient drum and bass, that's how I do it, and that's how I've seen other people do it as well. So you have like the causative thing happens in the bass, and then you have the responsive effect higher up the chain in the frequencies. And that can make for, you could either do it all at the same time, or you could have it change spatially in time. So you have your bass does this thing, and then the mids, and then the highs, and then the ultra highs like follow, and that can create like a really weird dreamlike off kilter, not quite right, but still very like pleasant and melodic and beautiful kind of sound. That being said, I did very much like the high end melody that you had going. I like the way the vocals played into it. Don't get rid of the chops. Just don't do them as often or as consistently, or try and put them more towards the back or the sides. Don't have them so up front and present. Because it's ambient. It's supposed to be like existing without existing, if that makes sense. And I feel like I can remember maybe a little bit too much of this track for it to be like proper ambient, but it's good liquid. I'll give it that. Very good liquid. So yeah, great track, man. I look forward to talking to you in VC about this sometime. And also, come by on Thursdays and Sundays at 9 o'clock Eastern for the Flock Flip. Great way to level up. But we have one last track left, maybe?
Yeah, one last one.
Yep.
I don't see any questions.
No questions?
That's not.
Oh,
good.
I know he's watching. You better ask some questions, Norby.
Let me see if he
Don't-
sent any questions. Oh no.
Don't make me do this to you, brother.
Oh no. All right, well maybe we'll get
knows.
some by the end of it. We'll see.
He knows better too.
Ew, no questions.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh. Ew.
That was pretty gross.
Ew. No questions. Ew.
That was ew. All right, who wants to kick us off?
I can go. I mean, no questions. No, I don't have. I don't think I'll have a lot of comments to say. Just I feel like the intro and the breakdown don't have little to no energy compared to the drop. I think you could like hype it up a bit. You need a lot more like a lot more variation in the first drop. It's a lot of the same. Yeah, the sound design, I like the choice of synth. I think the sounds are pretty cool. And yeah, I think in the second drop I would want again a little more diversity than this. I would want something else as well to just like switch it up here and there. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, it nailed the vibe. So, yeah, I guess so. That's it.
Word. Yeah, I mean, my biggest opinion, other than what you mentioned, especially when it comes to the energy levels of the build-up versus the drop, is I feel like there's a little bit of low mid build-up, and not in a good way.
Yeah, yeah, it's courting right there for sure.
Yeah, like it feels a little bit muddy. So that low mid, like that, what is this? Hang on a second. That 169 hertz-ish range, I feel like could be tamed a little on those mid basses, just so that way the sub kind of has some room to like flex. And then I feel like the sound design could have gone a little bit more spicy. I really liked this second drop because of the sound design change, but I think I would have liked the first drop more if this sort of stuff was happening sooner. And then I guess the last thing that I noticed is I think it's a little bit slammed. Like, I think you could be a little bit less aggressive with how hard you're slamming, mainly the mid basses, but that could also be feeling that way because there's that low mid buildup. So I would address the low mid buildup first and then see if it's still clipping as aggressively as it is clipping. But all in all, arrangement wise, I think this is a banger. Definitely has the deep dub energy nailed, as I know that you are very good at. And yeah, I mean, all in all, like, yeah, I think you can flex harder on the sound design. Like, you're so close, like, it's fire, but I think a little bit of like changing to the FM or however you're adding harmonics here would make it feel a lot fresher. But yeah, definitely nasty, my guy. Nasty AF. Anyway, Dino,
Oh
that's all I have to
yeah.
say.
I feel like you could have definitely worked with the Brother sample. I don't know if that's like overplayed at this point. So yeah, there's a little bit of bass chording going on in the beginning. I have to agree with Raph in that the non sequitur from the intro and then the breakdown to the drop sections is a little bit too extreme. However, okay, so here's the holdup. Here's the holdup I have though. Is the low mid build up, like, if you can keep that same timbre, that same disgusting timbre, it fits thematically with the track. However, it does muddy the low end a little, and I think it really only happens in the first drop. If I'm not mistaken, the second drop does not have that low mid build up. If we can just get like a section of the second part.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think this is the drop that I thought was more slam.
Okay, it does have some chording too. The first drop has some chording. Yeah, we just need to, and the rest of the low end is like really clean and nice. You have like, I think you're using an 808 in some places, or just like a really clean, because when you have the kick going with the bass at the same time, and there's no like actual bass elements on top of it, I feel like that could be an 808, or it's just really clever and clean sound design. Could also be that. However, that being said, in the first drop, you have a few like double hits in the flow that I feel like kind of just don't really necessarily work too well in that portion of it. Yeah, just repeat that first one for 2 minutes and we good. That's funny. If you could play like a third of the way into the first drop, please. Right there. The whoop whoop whoop. I feel like, yeah, I don't know if that works. Like, I know that that's like a staple of deep dub, but just in this track in particular. And if you choose to go that direction, that's entirely your prerogative. Like, it sounds good still. I just feel like it might sound better if it was not that double hit, or maybe if you had if you change the shape of that LFO, which would involve running a whole new preset. If you're doing this in Vital, just duplicate it, and then instead of having it be like a straight up and down triangle, you kind of move it over to the left a little, and then, or to the right, and speed it up. That way, like, I think my problem with it is I feel like it's not closing fast enough. The filter isn't. But yeah, that's really my only gripe with this track. That and the low mid build up, which happens pretty consistently. But then thematically, I mean, it's kind of nasty, right? Like, I feel like maybe it could be intentional. But yeah, I very much enjoy your body of work, Norby. I think I say that every time you come on here. And maybe for you guys who are still watching, and you hear artists, like, I can see some beautiful collaborations coming out of some of the artists that we've heard tonight. Some of these guys, if you guys all get together, show up in a voice chat sometime at the same time, maybe work together and make something that could be pretty beautiful. We were talking before the stream about how Noisia, the reason they were so good is because it was 3 professionals and they had that triplicate process of making sure that it went well. But I think that's it for us tonight, guys, right?
Yeah, we thief.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to thank Raph once again for joining us tonight, being our guest host. We appreciate you, Raph.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure. hang out with
Your
you guys.
input and knowledge is always appreciated. I'd like to thank MagDoIt for hosting once again. Your internet connection is always appreciated, and your knowledge and insight too, of course. And I'd like to thank everyone who submitted a track tonight. We look forward to growing alongside with you and hearing where your sound has to go. Raph, any comments before we close it out?
Yeah, thank you, Dino, as well, for killing it tonight. And thank you, everyone, for submitting the songs. It was a blast. See you next week.
Have a
Alright.
good one, gang. Keep making music. Or else.